Hello everybody, my name is Zach, aka the Weather Gamer, bringing you, not PCF, that was the last draft stream I did. It's been a while since I streamed. So, WWC World Weather Cup, or Weather World Cup, I don't know what I call it. It's WWC, that's the shorthand for it. This is a league that I run. By the way, this is going up on YouTube, so if you're watching this on YouTube, hello. Check out the link in the description down below to get into my Twitch. So if you want to see this live in the future, hit the follow, yeah, that sort of thing. That's all the plugging I'm going to do. I cannot hear music. I don't have my headset on, and I'm trying something different because I'm experimenting for recording as well. Hey, guy. Experimenting for recording as well. I currently have no music playing. Normally what happens is I play music through my computer speakers, and then my mic picks up that and records that for recordings. Instead, I'm trying something like I do with my outro, and I directly am piping it through. So I hear nothing, but it's playing in OBS. Should be playing for you guys to hear on the stream. If it's too loud, please let me know, because I, again, have no way to check. I don't know if my mic's too loud. I don't know if my music's too loud, too soft. So I can see the chat. Let me know. It is snowing as well right now. I'm not going to move my camera, but it is snowing. So if I drop out of nowhere, it's probably because I lost internet. I'll still be recording, I just won't be streaming. So, perfectly balanced, cool, music's perfectly balanced, cool. Yeah, okay, cool. So, go ahead and kick this off. So, as you guys can see on the screen, we did kick up from Season 1 to Season 2. We're now 16-coach league instead of a 12-coach league. I wanted to expand to 16. It allowed me to do conferences. It allowed me to do divisions. It just makes it more interesting to me. If you haven't checked out the Savage, it's snowing in Iowa. Apparently Nightbot is dead right now because I tried to do exclamation mark. YouTube commands, is that live? Okay, so it is available. Oh yeah, that's right, I disconnected my YouTube command. Oh well, whatever. So you guys can't see the YouTube command, but we did upgrade to 16 coaches, yada yada yada. What was I saying? I don't know. I lose my train of thought so often, but we are a 16 coach league. If you hit exclamation mark coach, it'll bring up all of the coaches as far as I know. I know I bought. Yep, thanks Garen for calling that one. Garen, I think the one you're looking for is exclamation mark Killbot. I think that was it, or maybe. Yep, that was it. Exclamation mark Killbot was the one Garen was looking for. You guys probably don't know what I'm talking about. On Twitch, I have a whole bunch of commands, and in my Discord, I have a whole bunch of commands with Nightbot and Me6, that sort of thing. But anyways, we did upgrade to 16 for reasons. We have Spare Ample and the Ottawa Centrets returning. He is the Season 1 champion. First, these are in the draft order, by the way. He, as champion, was allowed to have the first overall pick in the draft. Basically, it means he gets to freely franchise him on at the cost of having to have the wheel and get first, and then have to wait until 17 again to pick. We have Damien, Galactic Damien. Hey, Max, glad to see you made it. We have Damien coming back. Last season, I believe he was the Nudenbart Garchomps. He has now switched to the Dutch Weaviles. He's back. He's going to try and finish the season this season. Looking forward to having Damien back again. We have the Seattle Pre-Mariners, and Spies coming over from PCF. Spies decided to join WWC as well as PCF. Glad to have him here. We have the Lofoten Agrons and Giran. Giran is back now for Season 2. He had to leave Season 1. I believe it was from school. Giran, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Giran is back. Panther is not joining this league. I'm not... Whoever posted that in the APA server, by the way, next time let me know, please. Don't just post things in there, because that really threw off my anxiety, because Panther is like a professional, and having him see my league outside of league videos and see the day-to-day operations really made my anxiety get up there. So talk to me next time, please. Thank you. Anyways, oh, I remember what I was saying when I was trying to do the exclamation mark YouTube for Twitch. If you're watching this on YouTube, go back, I believe it was about 5 days ago from when this is uploaded. Go back like 4 or 5 days. You'll see the coach announcement. It'll talk about all the coaches and they're returning. I'm just doing quick stuff here for them. But Giran's back. He's the Agrons now instead of the Lycan Rocks. We have Crimson and the Portland Trail Blazekins. And Crimson, I don't know where you're from. I think you're from APA, but I'm not sure. I don't know where Crimson's from. I actually haven't asked Crimson. I haven't talked to Crimson a lot. I've been focused on getting things ready. I need to get to know coaches a little better. But Crimson came from somewhere, and he's here. Yeah, Guy, I think you are in the coach announcement. I think you're like the 3rd one in the coach announcement. You're either 3rd or 4th. I don't remember. Hey, Torn. There you are. We have... so in that video that I posted talking about all the coaches, there is a difference between that and the stream itself. What happened was we had the Minnesota Mamoswine and Skilly, and some things happened during the draft, and Skilly left mid-draft. So luckily we had God Has a Wife. Yeah, God Has a Wife decided to jump in with the, I'm probably going to butcher this, is it the Gaelic Gardevoirs? Is that how you pronounce it, Ga? Not sure. But they took over. Yes, I know their logo is missing pieces. We kind of had to piecemeal his logo back together. It is what it is. I think it makes it special. Cool to go. G-Dog. Okay, he's G-Dog. Hard A. I don't know. I'm going to butcher it. And G-Dog got it. Okay. Hey, Shadow made it too. Shadow finally awoke for the draft stream. Also, so yes, we have the Gardevoirs. G-Dog has come from PCF. He apparently was retired in PCF, but decided to come back for this. So that's always good. We have the Green Lake Gliscors and Shadow. You guys know him as the commissioner of PCF. He is joined WWC. We do have, and I'm going to, again, shameless promo here. It's not going to be for months. I know, Shadow, it's not 12 CST. It's snowing. I wanted to get it in before the snow got really heavy and I lost internet. I want to stream as much as I can. Hey, Mama. Welcome to the party. Anyways, the PCF and WWC for sure are having a league war at the end of WWC Season 2 because PCF will have finished their Season 2. So stay tuned for that. So Shadow and I have that planned. We are also potentially, hey Damien, welcome to the stream. We're also potentially adding a 3rd league into that mix. It's all to come, but that's why you see a bunch of PCF people in here too. We have I Huff Propane making his debut in the New York Matangs. Huff builds and drafts some very weird stuff. You guys will see that today. Definitely we'll see that today. We have Mumanish making her return. Hopefully she can build off of last season and get a few more wins. If I 6-0 Mama again, I'm going to feel horrible, like a terrible person, because every time I've played her, I've 6-0'd her. Not going to do it again, Mama. I'm sorry. We have Matthias coming back. Matthias now is running by the San Diego Toga Kiss. His logo is done by the amazing Griffin Feathers. Just exclamation mark art should... Mama, you're fine. Okay, yeah, exclamation mark art if you're in the chat and you want to check out Griffin. Griffin's my amazing, amazing artist that does all the work for me. Not the draft slides, I took care of that myself, but like the San Diego Toga Kiss logo, the Chicago Bearticks logo are both made by Griffin. He's an amazing artist. Definitely check him out. His commissions are not open. I want to throw that out there. He is not accepting commissions right now for reasons I can't talk about. But go show him some love on Twitter, please. Just go show him some love. Go give him a follow from the Weather Gamer crew. Just show him some love, please. That's all I ask. Anyways, Savage returning with the Baltimore Murkrows. Once again, Savage is going to be trying to destroy our souls. He did not draft bulk. Just spoiler, Savage did not draft a pure bulk team like he did last year. Yeah, so there's that. Dying Dragoons. So Dragoon took over as a replacement coach like halfway through the season last year. He has returned and he is drafting this time. He gets to have his own team. He does have a co-coach in Nay. The two of them will be building and battling back and forth together. Just that way, if Dragoon happens to have, he can't get a match played, he doesn't forfeit. That's how they're doing it. I'm fine with it because Dragoon was a really good coach last season, really good guy in general, and I'm looking for him. Hey, Acorn. Fall during the exam side. It's okay, board. Anyways, so yeah, Dragoon's back. We're ready to go with him. Torn and the Pyroars are making their return. This is really bad, but I can't remember who played the finals in WWC last season. I know Spare played, but I can't remember who Spare faced. I think it was Torn. Anyways, I believe it was those two. So Torn's returning to try and get back to the top of the mountain. It was Torn. Okay, yeah. So Torn's trying to return to get back to the top of the mountain and knock off Spare this season. We have Nikki returning with the Houston Hydreigons. Nikki took over for, I believe it was Giron last season. He took over for Giron. Or maybe it was Penguin. One of the two. I'm sorry, Torn. My brain is, like, stuffed to capacity, and that also happened about 4 months ago? 3 months ago? I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember Spare winning because Spare has the #1 pick. Otherwise, if Spare hadn't won, I wouldn't have remembered that Spare was probably in the championship. And I know Savage was in quarterfinals because Savage got beat by Spare. Anyways, we got myself and the Bearticks. We are the 15th pick. Not happy about being all the way back at 15. It is what it is. And finally, that's not true, G-Dog. I have this, I have APA, I have PCF, I had FWL, I had LMC, a Little Monster Cup, or a Little Cup League. I've had 5 leagues since WWC ended. It's a little hard for me to keep track of things and keep things straight. I honestly don't even remember who won IPA, which was a league that I did all the way back before WWC launched. I don't remember GPC, GPC died. I don't even know what my record was in GPC off the top of my head. I don't remember LMC. I just remember 6-0ing Mamanish, losing to Griffin, and cheating to beat Savage. That's about all I remember was cheating to beat Savage because I didn't even read my own rule or read Giron's own rules. LMC was not good. And then finally we have Clem, White Forest Weedles. Clem is also coming over from PCF. Yeah, Shadow. So it's a no more than 2 items can be the same on your team in Little Cup was what we did. I may or may not have pulled a Kyle and brought 4 Choice Scarf Mons against Savage. Like, legit. I brought Choice Scarf. What did I bring? Choice Scarf, Scrafty, Choice Scarf, Barbrooch, Choice Scarf, Electrike, Choice. I only brought 4 Savage, because the other 2 were Eviolites. But, 4 Choice Scarfers. Just because, and that's actually, fun fact, that's the only time I've ever beat Savage in a league match. I've never beaten Savage when I haven't brought like 6 Scarfers. So, yeah. Anyways, so we're going to kick off the draft. It's a snake-style draft. Runs Centrets to Weedles, and then back Weedles to Centrets, that sort of thing. Oh yeah, I forgot. Obligatory, I gotta mention, because I don't run a standard league. I run a very questionable league, and actually Zero War doesn't need to be in there. That's legal in most leagues now anyways. I run a non-standard league. I run 12 Mons instead of 11. I like having 12 because it gives you so many more options. The main reason we're 12 Mon League instead of 11 is last season, Season 1, I tried to run a sleep team. So I drafted 6 Mons that worked in rain, 6 Mons that worked in... 6 Mons that worked in rain, 6 Mons that worked in hail, and then the in-between parts could work. So I had rain, I had hail, I had neither. And it worked. And why is Discord, or not Discord, why is Discord popping up with so many notifications? Oh, it's because people are... Okay, it's because people are shouting me out, and because Weatherbot Jr. decided to wake up in time to start the stream. Got it. Cool. Alright. I am on Do Not Disturb. When I go into streaming mode, Discord kicks into streamer mode, and then doesn't show anything, but I'm looking at my screen, because I'm looking at OBS on the side, because that's where I have Twitch chat, is over on OBS's side, because I'm dual monitor. And then I looked down, and I saw I had 3 notifications on Discord. Like, it said 3, and who's messaging me on streaming? And it was just people tagging. Anyways, so that's why we're 12 Mons. There is no Toxic stall. You may use Toxic to take down threats, but if you Toxic every single Mon and just sit there and wish pass into defense, and wish pass into defense, and wish pass into defense, you will get a forfeit. I hate Toxic stalling. Toxic can be used as a tool to beat dangerous Mons. It cannot be used to win games completely. That's it. That's my thought. I'm really salty about Toxic Stall. That's it. Arena Trap, Shadow Tag, both banned. Some Mons have things banned, like you can't have Ash Greninja, you can't have Sheer Force, Lando, you can't have something else. I can't remember what the other thing is. Shadow Tag, Arena Trap. It's in the rules doc somewhere. That sort of thing. Because we are 12 Mons, we have 500 points, and you have 5 free Mons. This is for this season. Season 1 and 2 have been running under this. Next season, I will be changing that. We will be still at 12 Mons, but how the points work, not so much, because there's a little bit too much of bustedness going on. Age of Slash is unbanned. Magearna is unbanned for this season. The next standard season of WWC, Magearna will not be back. I am just tired of listening to everybody complain about Magearna being legal, so Magearna is going away. It's done. Gone. Magearna gets this season, and it's out of here, because we had already started drafting. Mega Mawile is legal. That's legal in most leagues now. And then the Mega Lotties are legal. We did bring back the Mega Lotties. I don't think they're that busted. They're allowed. Protein Greninja is back. It was allowed last season. It's back. It is now Tier 1, not Tier 2. Greninja is Hey, Penguin. Greninja's kind of weird right now because it's split. You can draft Tier 1 Greninja and have the ability to use Torrent or Protein. Or you can draft it as Tier 2 and only have Torrent. But if someone drafts it in Tier 1, the Tier 2 Greninja is not allowed. That's getting changed in Season 3. I am fixing that. Or Season 4, whatever the next standard. Because I might do a Tier 3 and below WWC for Season 3. I might do Little Cups for WWC Season 3. I don't know. I mean, that's in the future. That's a future me problem. That sort of thing. So, now let's kick this draft off, because I've been talking for almost 30 minutes and we haven't seen a single mon get taken. So, obvious pick. We all knew this was coming. G-Dog, I'll put a vote up at the end of Season 2 to see what people want to do. If they want to do another standard, if they want to do a Tier 3 or below, if they want to do a Little Cup, that sort of thing. I hate Little Cup, I honestly do, but I do Little Cup if that's what everyone wants to do. So, but yes, we have Magearna here. Tier 1 Magearna. Spare brings back his Magearna from Season 1 that carried him to victory. Oh, Tapu Lele, banned. We did officially slap the ban back onto Tapu Lele, as well as Mega Salamence. Everyone knew Mega Salamence was getting banned midway through last season, though. Tapu Lele was a hard ban. I didn't want to ban it, but like Magearna, I just didn't want to hear it anymore about Tapu Lele, so I banned it. It will be back for the next standard season, though. I'm bringing Lele back, and it's not having its terrain, so we can use it. Hey, Dragoon. So that's where we're going to be with that one. So, Magearna. Magearna is just stupid busted sometimes. It's not completely busted, it can be handled. I almost handled it last season. I almost beat Spare last season. I know I get stuck on that. But that to me proves that Magearna is not, like, invulnerable. It's not completely busted, it can be beaten. You just gotta know how to beat it, type of thing. Sets up a Trick Room. It can go to town in Trick Room. Sets up Shift Gear. It can go to town that way. It's an... Yeah, but you can use Telepathy Lele on Shadow. You can do it. You just have to go into an Anything Goes match. You can't, like, specifically do OU or whatever. If you do Anything Goes, it literally will allow you to use Lele with Telepathy. Magearna is just busted at times once it starts setting up. It can be Trick Room Sweeper, Shift Gear Sweeper, Volt Switch on this thing. It can be defensive, it can be offensive. It's just all around. Yeah, actually, wait, Cameruption, are you Altaria? Is that who you are? Because I'm trying to piece that together right now. Are you Altaria? You're just Cameruption right now? And yeah, Lele went undrafted because I didn't take it. I was gonna draft Lele, and then Panther's like, no, don't draft Lele. Okay, cool. Yeah, Panther's like, no, don't draft Lele. Go with something else. So I didn't draft Lele. Still thinking about it, but I'm listening to Panther right now. By the way, Cameruption, Altaria, whatever you want me to call you. Exclamation mark coach, which I just typed some random place. I don't know where I typed it. Coach, exclamation mark coach. That your channel is in there somewhere. I don't know where. It's either the second from the last or it's the last one, but your channel's there. Cameruption, Altaria, whatever he wants me to call him. He is one of our analysts. He is not actually a coach. He is an analyst. I do have analysts this season. Another big change. I have analysts. There will be videos coming out like they were last year where I do like a power ranking. Well, it wasn't power ranking so much as standings last season, talking about transactions, talking about kill death, leader, that sort of thing. This time with the help of 5 analysts. Yes, Shadow, I believe you're either the second to last one or the last one. Whichever one is not Altaria is you. So Altaria is either the last one or the second to last one. And you're either the second to last one or the last one. All the YouTubes that I had in the server went into there. except for mine, because mine was supposed to have its own command, and mine doesn't, because I disabled my YouTube command. Anywho, what was I saying before that? Oh, analysts. So yes, we will have power rankings, we will have pick'ems, we will have actual analysis that's not just me, and these things will get coming and rolling back, because I don't have all of that on me this season like I did last season when I was trying to run WWC as a commissioner for the first time, make my battles, do my team builders, and all that. Plus, I'm in 3 leagues now, so I can't handle trying to do all the analysis by myself, so I'm very grateful to have 5 others, or a team, including myself, of 5 that can do this on a weekly basis. So thank you guys. Anyways, back to the draft, because I keep going like this, and this, and this, and this, which is how it always goes. Big ear note. We'll see what Spare does with this. I swear to God, if we give Spare his team from last season again, then we're all a bunch of idiots, because last season Spare had the most busted team. Weaviles taking T-Tar. T-Tar is a very good mon. It sets the sand. It's very good on sand teams. It's also, while it's on the slower side, I think base 65 speed, if I remember correctly. It might be 60. T-Tar, no, it's 61. That's close. 134 attack is nothing to laugh at. It's good in the bulk standpoint with its 100 SPDF, 110 defense. The SPDF gets a boost when the sandstorm goes up, and the 100 HP. It's nothing to laugh at. Like, T-Tar overall is just, it's a nightmare. There's a reason it's own OU. It's got great stab. It can be a very good stealth rocker. You can pursuit trap with it. It's got coverage and fire punch and the elemental punches. Rock slide, crunch, EQ. You could run an assault vest set that just makes this thing stupidly bulky. It can be run choice band and just blast through teams. It's a very good wall breaker, and it can also serve as a very good defensive mon. It can set up and sweep. It could D-dance and set up and sweep on you. It's a very, very good mon. Is it good enough to be a tier or a second overall pick? Maybe not. Not with things like Greninja and Coco and that on the board. But to get it here, I mean, Damien's got himself a solid mon here. Damien. Okay, so Damien kind of ruined it in the chat. Okay, yeah, originally this was not his first pick. So what happens, and this is another thing that's weird about my league. You draft, at the end of the draft, I open up, depending on, because like the Sunday after the draft ends is when I do my draft stream, because Sundays are when I stream right now. That's how my schedule works right now, is Sunday stream. So next Sunday, hopefully I'll be streaming Smash or something like that. But that's how it works, is my streams are on Sunday. So depending on when the draft ends, depends on how big of a window I give, but you get a free redraft, basically. You get to redraft your entire team if you want, from the leftovers, that sort of thing. And last season, it worked. There weren't a ton of transactions, but there were quite a few. This season, there were so many transactions, I can't even count how many transactions happened. I think I alone made like 23, 24 transactions. I changed my team 3 or 4 times, and I never should have touched my team. Should have just left it alone, and then I mucked it up and that sort of thing. Anyways, so this wasn't his, but because of that, because of how people made their transactions, like, there's a transaction that Clem made. He swapped his megas, but he took his mega round 2. And if I put what mega he swapped into round 2, a lot of people are going to look at this league like it's crazy. So instead, I adjusted picks around a little bit to make things a little more sense. So like Damien had his mega here, and he swapped his mega. He had Mega Latios before. He swapped it out for a different mega, which I think fits his team a little better, but at the same time, he was fine with his current mega. Whatever, it's not my thing. But his mega is not worth the second overall pick, So I dropped that down to make this look smoke and mirrors. This is supposed to look very nicely. And G-Dog kind of spoiled one of his picks, but G-Dog does make out a very good point. One of his mons that he took when it was swapped, he technically would have taken it round 7, and there's no way that mon would have made it all the way to round 7. Granted, Zygarde went undrafted in Season 1, but he didn't draft Zygarde, by the way. Had that thing dropped to round 7, everybody who's watching this on YouTube or watching the stream would have looked at me like I'm crazy and I have a bunch of rookies, and it's no wonder that teams got so busted. No, I swap things around, smoke and mirrors, pretend that it didn't happen. This is how the picks went. Back to it. Anyway. So, Damien taking Tyranitar here. Spies taking Infernape. Infernape is another very good mon, another great tier 1 mon. I'd love to try it someday, but it's on my list of mons to try. Haven't tried it yet. Infernape has Iron Fist, which just makes its fist-based attacks. I believe it's 1.2, it might be 1.3 boost. 1.2 multiplier. So basically it's like slapping a expert belt on Infernape with its fist-based moves. 108 speed puts it in a very good speed tier. It can run special or physical because it's both 104 attack and special attack. Granted, with that Iron Fist boost, you generally want to run physical on it. It's an offensive nightmare. It can set up with Nasty Plot. It can set up with, I believe it's Swords Dance, doesn't it? Doesn't it get Swords Dance? Am I crazy? I am not looking at Smogon or Smogon or whatever it is. I'm not looking at that as I'm doing this draft stream because I have no idea what mons do. Yes, it does have Swords Dance. So it can set up with Nasty Plot, it can set up with Swords Dance. It has priority. It has with Bullet Punch or Mach Punch. It can run Scarfed, it can run Bandit, it can run Life Orb, it can run E-Belt, it can run it can be a Z Captain. It's got great coverage, it U-turns, so it's a momentum mon. It's just an extremely, extremely good mon. It has Gunk Shot to deal with water fairies that try to come in on this thing. Such as a Primarina, which their logo. But it's just all around. It's a very good mon, and I just need to get my Twitch chat up because I just lost it. Just a hair loud. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what song is playing at the time, but let me adjust the music down. See, there's a bit of a stream delay, so by the time I adjust it, it may be too quiet for the next one. Yeah, so again, stream delay, I just turned it down about 2 minutes ago. If this music gets too quiet, let me know. I'll try to keep an eye on that, but I have no volume control. I can't hear it. I can't adjust it. I'm relying on you guys. But Infernape, very, very good mon. Very, very dangerous mon. EQ Stone Edge, just coverage out the wazoo. It's going to put in a lot of work, I think, for the Pre-Mariners. That's going to get me. I'm just going to call you guys the Pre-Marinas. I'm sorry, Spies. You're the Pre-Marinas. That's how it's going to be. Interesting to see what they build around this. Agron's taking Celesteela. Gurren getting Celesteela. Celesteela is a nightmare last season in WWC. Celesteela 6-0'd me because it autonomized setup and then swept after starting getting Beast Boost and I had nothing for it. It can be offensive with the autonomized set. It can be extremely, extremely bulky and annoying. It can be a seed set. It's nasty across the board. Like Leech Seed, Protect, Flamethrower, Heavy Slam with lefties makes it stupidly defensive, and it allows it to check common threats. It has access to Bulldoze and Earthquake to deal with electric types that try to switch in on it, as well as fire types. It has Grass Stab and Energy Ball, so it can catch things off guard, catch rock types that want to try and at least hit it neutrally. It can go Boom if it wants. Gyro Ball for being slow. They can use Ingrain to heal itself, so Ingrain Leech Seed leftovers would just be annoying. It can set up Iron Defenses. It can, I don't know why it gets Magnet Rise, it doesn't need it, type of thing. Seed Bomb, just all in all, it can run both offensive and defense. It's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be something that's going to be very hard to break. Every time I've faced it, it just doesn't go well. And yes, Dragoon, Steal a Sweep. No thank you. Not happy about that. You are the only person to get the 6-0 on me with Celesteela so far. That soaks. Okay. Thank you, G-Dog, for pointing that out. I did not know that that was a problem. Or that was a thing. They soak it to... Yeah, okay. Okay, I see. I get that. Alright, cool. Soak to Toxic. That's why. Okay, I got this. That makes sense now. Penguin, thanks for hosting me, by the way. Portland Trail Blazekins, there goes Greninja. So this stops... Spare from having this thing now. I already stopped Spare from having it because I moved it to Tier 1 instead of Tier 2, so no Tier 1, or no Tier 2 Protein Greninja. That was just poor planning on my part. And water for them drying out. Protein Greninja is just a nightmare of a mon. It's not busted, it's just really, really hard to prep for, really annoying. But I don't view it as busted, it's just because it's so fast it can change type, but as long as you have coverage for it, you've got it beat. Like, I almost took down... Again, I go back to Spare in my match versus him when I almost beat him, because my Chandelure would have beat Mag, Mega Lottie, and Protein Greninja, because I got him down to the point where all I had to do was hit an Energy Ball with my Greninja. Anyways, this thing is good with hazards. It can set up spikes, it can set up T-spikes, which would then change its type to ground or poison. So if they brought a grass type in, it just sets up T-spikes. Now it's poison type, gunk shot, stab, threatens it. It basically, Greninja with Protein would get stab, whatever it does. Which makes it hit extremely hard. That base 122 speed is nothing to laugh at. 95 attack, 103 special attack, so it can run either way. It is lacking on the defensive side with only 67 in the defense, but you know, you throw a Scarf on this thing, it becomes a nightmare. You throw Life Orb, E-Belt, Water Z. Oh, jeez. Water Z makes this thing really, really hard to deal with. Has Low Kick, Gunk Shot. Again, the spikes, the T-spikes, it is a U-turner, so you can get stab U-turns off of it. It's a really good mod, and I would love to try Protein Greninja again, but again, it's not extremely busted. I'm looking at Shadow's doing calcs right now. He's talking like choice specs. HP Fire Greninja, kills Sparrow, Thorns. Okay. Yeah, you post the same thing twice, Shadow. But anyways, It's something that you have to check. G-Dog's right. It's something you have to check proactively. You don't go into a wall, you go into bulky offensive mon. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yep, I see it. But yes, I know, Shadow, that because of the stab boost, it makes Greninja extremely dangerous. Anyways, as Savage is saying, yes, we're going to move on from Protein Greninja. And here are the Gardevoirs. They get Tapu Koko. There's Tapu Koko coming off the board. Hey, Matthias. This was the mon that would have been taken round 7 had we kept it just whatever mon you drafted got dropped for this mon type of thing. Tapu Koko would not last to round 7. There's no way it would have lasted to round 7. It didn't even last the first 3 picks, to be honest. I believe Spies drafted it originally and then dropped it when he needed to make adjustments to his team. Is the music loud again? I'm seeing from Matthias that it's loud. Again, I can't hear it. I don't know what my playset is going on, so I don't know what's happening. If it is loud, somebody let me know. Checking that thing. Yeah, kinda. Very loud song. Okay. I don't even know what song is actually playing, to be perfectly honest. I just dropped it down a little more. We'll see if this helps. If it's too quiet now for other songs, I'll turn it back up. So, this is the problem that I have with not having my music play through my speakers and then having the mic pick it up, is I can't control it myself, because I use it by ear, whereas when I stream, I have it come through the stream, I just do that. It's coming back around, Damien. It literally rotates through every piece of music that I use when I record. I do need more Mario music too, that sort of thing. Anyways, back to the draft. See, this is what I do. I go like this all the time. I do it when I record too. I get distracted and go. Tapu Koko is an amazing mon. It sets up electric terrain, stab electric type moves all the time. Very good fairy type. It has Nature's Madness, which cuts HP in half. Great way to break through walls pretty easily. U-turn, Volt Switch. It can run physical. It can run special. All that sort of thing. Damien, I have all that music back. You already sent it back to me. I'm just needing more Mario music. Like, I've run out of Mario music. I only have like 9 or 10 songs originally to begin with. It's a great Z captain. Like, Koko is just stupidly fast. I have been beaten by physical Koko. I've been beaten by special Koko. Koko does everything. It does defog, which makes it very, very good. You don't really want to pin it into that role, but it can do it. A Specs, a Scarf. It's utility. Everyone knows what Koko does. Aegislash. So last year's first overall pick made it all the way down to 7th this time. This could potentially be a very bad situation with Shadow having Aegislash, because last season Aegislash didn't do a whole lot. Wasn't in the kill board, wasn't doing a lot. It is allowed to hold items, which is something different than the APA. I know Aegislash is allowed in APA, but it cannot hold items. Aegislash here can hold items, and actually, Shadow, did you allow Aegislash in GCF? I can't remember off the top of my head. For some reason, I feel like you did, but it can't have King Shield. Yeah, you did. No King Shield. Okay, yeah. So, every league that I've been in that allows Aegislash has rules on it. But, my league, it doesn't. It can have King Shield, it can have items, which makes this thing incredibly dangerous. But, because it didn't do anything last year, I'm willing to let it happen. Basically, what happens with my league is I try a whole bunch of supposedly busted mons. If they don't show that they're busted, they come back the next season. If they show that they're busted, like Mega Ments, they get banned very, very fast. Magirna did work last year, but it did not show that it was busted to me. If Magirna does what Mega Ments does and goes 26-1 in the first 5 weeks, Magirna will have proven why it was busted and should have gone away, and why it is going away. That sort of thing. We'll see what Aegislash does. If Aegislash proves that it's too busted, then I start reducing what Aegislash can do, and we'll see where it goes from there. It has that King Shield in that stance change is just a nightmare because you have to calc both in defensive and offensive mode, because it switches. You either have 150 defense and Spadef, or you got 150 attack and defense, and so your calcs just become a nightmare and a headache just to deal with. It really is. Plus that King Shield is basically a free intimidate sort of thing. Moving on, we have the New York Matangs and Zeraora. Zeraora is a great mon. It is one of the fastest mons out there at 143 speed. That Volt Absorb is very, very handy. A lot of teams appreciate it. I love using Zeraora. I used it Season 1 in WWC, using it in PCF Season 2 right now. It's a very, very good cat. Very, very good cat. I wish it had Ice Punch. Again, I say this every time I talk about Zeraora. The fact that it does not get Ice Punch really, really hurts this thing. If it had Ice Punch, because it gets Thunder Punch, obviously, and it gets Fire Punch, this thing gets Ice Punch, it can handle those ground types. It might become broken, though. That might be why it doesn't get Ice Punch, because it would be extremely busted. This thing has great stats overall. It can run a very physical set with Bulk Up. It can run a very special set with Calm Mind. It has access to Focus Blast, Close Combat. It honestly should be Electric Fighting as well. It should get the Fighting type because it has such a large fighting move pool. It has great coverage, as Savage just pointed out in the Twitch chat. It does have access to the move Outrage, so if you make it a Z Captain, it can be Z Outrage and catch some things off guard, like a Garchomp switch in, because Garchomp can eat basically any without HP Ice, or unless this thing is special carrying HP Ice, Garchomp basically eats whatever Zeraora wants to throw at it. However, if you have Z Outrage, Dragonium Z Outrage just blows through whatever switches in on it. It has access to both U-turn and Volt Switch, so if you want to run a physical set, you can U-turn out. If you want to run a special set, you can run Volt Switch type of thing, or mix and match however you please. It really protects water types because it takes that hit. I have used it as a Z Captain. I switched it from being a Z Captain in PCF to get something else as a Z Crystal, but Zeraora is just as good with or without the Z Crystal. It's amazing with an Expert Belt. It can be banded. It can't, like Scarf, Zeraora basically outpaces almost everything. Zeraora is just really good. Great coverage, great speed, good move pool. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, so it'll be good. Good luck, Garen. If you get the Shiny Kyogre Groudon, post it in the Discord server, please. I want to see that thing. That would be amazing. All that. Yeah, and I'm going to plug again, exclamation mark Discord. If you guys are not a part of... I spelled Discord wrong. Fat Finger. There we go. If you guys want to join the Discord and come hang out with me outside of YouTube and draft streams, definitely check out the link down below. The link's on the screen for Twitch right now. If you're on YouTube, check out the link in the description down below. That's also how I can get you connected to WWC. So if you guys want to be a coach or an analyst for Season 3, I might open up a D-League if I have enough interest, all that sort of thing. Or if you just want to spectate and come hang out in WWC, join the Weather Gamer Discord, and I will get you the invite link right into WWC and link you there. And you can see all the crazy shenanigans that go on there, all the behind the scenes type of stuff that happened in WWC. That sort of stuff. That's it. That's the only plug for Discord I'm going to do right now. Yeah, I plugged my YouTube, I plugged Griffin, I plugged Discord. Yeah, I think I got my plugs out of the way. We can keep moving on. West Texas Leafeon's taking Zygarde. Yes, Shadow, the PCF Discord is crazier. And actually, Shadow, after this stream, I need to talk to you about that PCF and WWC. A little bit of chat about that thing. I had an idea about the two leagues. Just wanted to run it by you and see what you have to say, that sort of thing. Yada, yada, yada. We're done. We'll talk later about that. Zygarde. So, Mama Niche, just this pick alone, Mama, I have to say, you've grown from season 1 where you didn't take Mega Charizard round 1. You took Zygarde, and Zygarde is actually a very, very, very solid Mon. A very, 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 very good Mon. It goes from undrafted to the 8th overall pick where it rightfully belongs. I want to see... I'm not sending you nude, Shadow. That's not what this is about. I just had an idea about the servers, PCF and WWC servers. I just had an idea. I just wanted to talk to you about it, but we'll discuss it later. But yeah, Mama, this is just an awesome pick. I think you're going to have fun with Zygarde. D-Dancing sets, Choice Bandit sets, Choice Scarf sets, Yachi Berry to handle ice if you don't want to choice lock yourself. Like legit, Mama, this is a great pick for you. I love it. I can't wait to see how this thing works for you. This thing alone should stop you from getting 6-0 this season, because I know you had a lot of those last season. But Zygarde alone should do you wonders. Great pick, great Mon. There's a reason it's been kicked out of OU. It's now in Ubers for some strange reason. So congrats, you have an Uber on your team. San Diego Togekiss taking Mega Sharpedo. So, oh yeah, again, another thing I forgot. I really didn't think about that. I'm going to 6-0 on... I'm joking. I'm not going to 6-0 Austin for that. There's some stuff on the Twitch side that YouTube doesn't need to know about right now. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. You do not have to Mega this season. You have to carry the stone on your Mega, but you do not have to Mega Evolve. So that makes things like Gyarados better. That makes things like Sharpedo much better. That makes things like... it just makes a lot of Megas more viable, brings them out of the shadows type of thing, because Mega Sharpedo now doesn't have to Mega first turn. It can get its speed boost, then Mega, have +1 speed, and just go to town and sweep. So definitely a very good pick. Round 1 seems a little rich for Sharpedo to me, with other things still on the board. Lando T still on the board. Kieran Black is still on the board. That sort of thing. But Mega Sharpedo is going to put in work. It's going to be very interesting to see, because if you get too complacent with Mega Sharpedo and you just assume, okay, it's not going to Mega first turn, it's going to protect, get its speed boost, I'm not going to attack it, I'm going to switch in on the protect, that way I can get in something to threaten this thing out. It won't protect. It will Swords Dance in your face, get the speed boost, Mega, and it doesn't matter what you check in. It will destroy whatever you check in to Sharpedo. So people, don't get complacent on Mega Sharpedo. That's why it got kicked to Tier 1 Mega. And sorry, Matthias, if I ruined your plan on what you're going to do with Mega Sharpedo one of these times, but it is very, very easy to get caught by a Mega Sharpedo. I have been caught by Mega Sharpedo. Also, why does Mega Sharpedo not have the spines in game on its nose? That's a cool design. Just give them back, Game Freak. Yeah, I believe it gets SD. I might be crazy, but I'm pretty sure it gets SD. I'm pretty sure Sharpedo gets SD. Like, I just remember getting swept by that. I'm scrolling through right now. SH. It doesn't get Swords Dance? What did I get set up on then with? It wasn't speed boosting. What did Sharpedo set up on me with? Because I screwed that up. It speed boosted, but it also went for something to boost itself. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Garchomp, or Sharpedo? What did you, I don't even have that replay anymore. What did you do to me? Oh, it focused energied. That's what it did. It focused energied on the Switch. So it always crit. That's what happened. It wasn't an SD set. It was a focus energy set. That's what happened. It focused energied and then just ripped through my team. No SD. Yeah, that's what it did. It got the speed boost off of a focus energy and just swept through team. I've seen it do that multiple times. I've been on that side. So, Matthias, there's a little thing for you if you want to try to sweep with Mega Sharpedo. You gotta trick people into thinking you're gonna protect with Mega Sharpedo. You gotta force them to attack you, because then you get the speed boost anyways. Murkrow's taking Terrakion. Terrakion is a nightmare. It was APA Season 1's kill leader. This thing is just a nightmare. It prevents you from freely knocking off on things because you knock off and hit Terrakion. Terrakion's going to run you over. Banded, Scarfed, Life Orbed, Z-Captain. Mama, just carry the move Faint. It breaks Protect. Just carry that move. You're good to go. Have him on that knows Faint. You'll break his Protect. Then he can't. If he goes for the Protect, he at least gets punished. But yeah, Terrakion, just a nightmare. Multiple items, multiple sets. It could Rock Polish in your face and just destroy you. It can Double Dance and Rock Polish and Swords Dance. Has great coverage. Rock Fighting is a very good typing. It's an offensive nightmare, and pairing it with other things that Savage has drafted is going to make this team very, very difficult, and I'm thinking I may have underrated you, Savage, and I apologize for that in my power rankings, which you guys will see if you're watching this on YouTube, and you should have seen on Tuesday, because it's Sunday right now. If this is after that Tuesday, and you're watching this in the past, power rankings are like 2 days from today, whatever sort of thing. Go check those out. You'll see that. Dying Dragoons, Torrentee. Torrentee with Pure and Black still on board. Little rich for me. Torrentee's a very good Mon. It's a very good Z user. It's very good in rain, because Hurricanes never miss. Regen makes it great. Having that regen core, it's 121 speed, I believe. I'm getting better with my speed tiers, by the way. Or my base speeds. The more I do Draft League, the better I get. 121. I was right. It can run physical or special with 100 in the attack and 110 in the special attack. Access to Defog. That regen ability just makes it super, super good. It has U-turn, so it can pivot in and out. It can be defensive with Rocky Helmet. All in all, it's just a very, very good Mon. And it should, I think it'll do more work this season. I don't remember who drafted Torrentee last season, but Torrentee should do better this season, I think. Very, very solid. As Shadow said, very, very solid utility Mon. But definitely, if Dragoon decides to throw the Z Crystal on that thing, it's going to go insane. Manaphy for the Dutch Power. So I did move Manaphy down to Tier 2. I view it more as a Tier 2. I view it like Xurkitree. It takes 2 turns to set up to sweep, just like Xurkitree does. And Xurkitree actually relies on the Hypnosis, hitting, that sort of thing, because you got a Rain Dance to get your speed boost, and then you got a Tail Glow. So that's why I moved it down to tier 2. To me, it looked like Xurkitree, and Xurkitree's not a tier 1 mon to me. So we moved Manaphy to tier 2. Obviously, I just named what Manaphy can do. It can rain dance and sweep, and it's got great coverage to break through things. If you want to know how Manaphy works, I suggest you go watch A-Drive, because A-Drive used this thing in PCF, I believe it was. And yeah, Manaphy will win. I fully expect Manaphy to be on the kill leaderboard this season, after I think it went undrafted last season. Solid mon, it's going to rip through teams if you're not careful and don't prep for it. You need to change that rain weather on that thing fast, or not let it set up. Mega Venusaur, so Savage can't have his bulky mon, and Shadow cannot have his bulky Venusaur, because they're the two that I've known to use Mega Venusaur as a bulky annoying wall. This thing is fat, with a PH, like it is that fat. Thick fat has an ability to allow it to not get murdered by fire and ice types. Literally ground and psychic are, well, ground's neutral because it's part grass. Psychic types are really the only thing that can sneak up on Venusaur. But it's base 120 SPDF, base 123 defense, and 80 HP is not terrible, but it's stupidly bulky, and it can run special. And because you don't have to Mega Evolve first turn, if you have a Sunsetter, you could go and get Chlorophyll, get a fast growth off to double your attack and your SPDF, then Mega the next turn, and now suddenly Venusaur set up defensive and offensively, and it can just sit there and destroy souls. Like Growth Synthesis in the Sun on base Venusaur, and then into Mega Venusaur. It's going to be a nightmare, and I don't know if Nikki ever thought about that, and I don't think I thought about that either. This is going to be a very ice and flying. Yeah, flying types can get Mega Venusaur. Ice types, Matthias don't, because of the fact that it's got thick fat, which reduces fire and ice damage. Swords Dance Mega Veno. I don't know. We'll see what Nikki does with it. We'll see what Nikki does with it. I'm looking forward to it, and I know I just leaned into the camera. I'm trying to fix my sock. But yeah, it's a very chunky boy. Coming to me, it finally made it to me. It finally made it to me. I'm so happy. I've been dying to try Megazard. I drafted Megazard in APA, which, by the way, this got really messy for myself. I don't know if it got this messy for Matthias, for Savage, for Torn. I think you guys are the only three that are also drafted in APA that were in this league. But for the four of us, we were simultaneously drafting in two leagues. We were drafting for WWC and we were drafting for APA. And WWC is 16, APA is 24. It got very chaotic. I literally had to take a notepad and just sit here, and I had to write APA, WWC, and I had to keep my team straightened out because I was getting super confused as to what I had on which team. With both teams, I finally drafted Megazard X. Megazard X is my favorite mon. I have a Megazard X figure. I have a Megazard card that is first edition pristine that I keep locked up in a safety deposit box. I love Megazard. Megazard was my first ever Pokemon. Charmander was my first ever Pokemon. Zard was my first ever Final Evolution starter. I just love the thing. I loved it when I was a kid watching it in the anime, that sort of thing. Megazard is such a dangerous mon. It can set up and sweep very quickly. You get 1-2 D-dances up, and it just goes to town on things. Fairy types are about the only... Fairy types, bulky waters, and rock types are about the only things that check this thing. Enough D-dances up, Earthquake's just going to run through the rock type. Enough D-dances, Thunder Punch will run through the water type. Fairy types, enough D-dances, I will break you with Flare Blitz. But man, I love Megazord X. I'm so happy to have it. I'm hoping to sweep with it. That's all I gotta say on Megazord X. Finally, we have the direct counter to Swords Dance Megazord X. Yeah, but I want the speed too, Shadow. Like, if I need the speed, I'm gonna carry D-Dance over Swords Dance. Although I could double dance. I could D-Dance once, Swords Dance, and then sweep. Ideas. Anyways, Clem taking Clefable, like, legit the direct counter to Megazord X. Like, it's almost like Clem saw me take Zard X and he's like, Clef, sit there. Because it gets the unaware, so it doesn't care about my boosts. It is a fairy type. It can set up Calm Minds and just be an annoyance. I honestly hate Clefable. Clefable is one of those mons that I've had issues breaking in the past. Magic Guard keeps it from getting statused. Unaware doesn't care about the boosts. And it's stupidly bulky. But yeah, okay, so it doesn't wall Zard X, but it makes Zard X's life very, very difficult, Clem. Doesn't wall it, but it makes it very, very difficult. I know Flare Blitz will run through you, but you set up a Calm Mind, and then Flare Blitz me, or I Flare Blitz on the Calm Mind. Don't know what that does, actually. I should probably look at that. Actually, for some reason, and again, it might be because I've been playing Let's Go lately, for some reason I feel like this thing gets Iron Defense, and if it did, that'd be amazing, but I know it doesn't. HI, EFG, HI... Iron Tail, that's what I was thinking of, it's Iron Tail. T-Wave, yeah, T-Wave, so you slow me down. That sort of thing, get the para. Clefable's gonna be hard for me to break. I know Zard can do it, but it's gonna be hard to break. Anyways. Next pick is back to me, or no, we're on Clem, then back to me. So Clem had the wheel, and on his wheel he takes Latios. So there's another thing that's gonna be really hard for Zard, because Latios is naturally faster. So I wouldn't be able to D-Dance right in front of it. I would have to get set up before Latios can come in. Because otherwise this thing drops Draco and I'm dead. Latios with Clefable is actually a very, very nice pairing, because Clefable will eat the fairy-type hits that Latios doesn't like. Clefable will eat the dark-type hits and immediately pressure dark types with its fairy stab. D-Dancing Lottie is very, very scary. I had Lottie in Season 1 of WWC. It can just be a very nightmarish mod. And so it pairs very nicely. Clem's now got a very defensive mod, he's got a very offensive mod. He's building the cores, and he's got a very, very solid Fairy Steel Dragon core going there. Now we're back to my pick. This is going to surprise nobody. I'm surprised, well, nobody would have been surprised if I'd taken it round 1. But this surprises nobody. I took Alolan Ninetales again. So here's the thing, I now have Mega Zard behind Veil. Bye-bye. Zard gets to free setup behind Veil, basically. Zard takes care of those pesky steel types for Alolan Ninetales. Neither of these two appreciate rocks, though, is the problem. So I'm going to have to work on that. But Veil, in that everyone knows what Alolan Ninetales can do. I will say this now. This is Alolan Ninetales' last ride with me. I will not be drafting it again unless it falls extremely far in the draft. I didn't take it in APA. I was going to take it in round 4 because I thought it was time to take it there. Basically, it had gone, by the time it would have gotten back to me, it had gone through almost 60 picks. No, it would have gone through more than that. It would have gone through almost 80 picks. It was time for it to come off the board, so I was going to draft it in APA. It went off the board. No big deal. Alolan Ninetales and I have had a great relationship. I've loved working and using Alolan Ninetales, but I need to change it up. I need to get away from Hail. I need to try something different. And I'm sure everybody else would like a chance at using Alolan Ninetales, because I have been hogging it in every league I've been in. PCF, APA, GPC, WWC, WWL, PCF. I like Alolan Ninetales. Anyways, moving on. Alolan Ninetales, last ride. We're going to try and go out with a championship with Alolan Ninetales. Back to Nikki with Mimikyu. This really pissed me off when Mimikyu went down. And we did have a lot of snipes this draft. I ended up commissioning a snipe emote because we were having so many snipes in this draft. Mimikyu, I wanted Mimikyu so badly. I know I have Ninetales, but setting up with Mimikyu behind Veil with Charizard X would have been amazing. It would have been so nice. I've loved Mimikyu in PCF. Mimikyu is definitely one of those mods I'm looking to keep using in the future. It's a great mod. It can set up very quickly. It has the disguise ability so it doesn't take a hit. Free setup. You are guaranteed setup with Mimikyu. Check calcs, see what you need. Swords Dance to get you the +2 attack is great, but Bulk Up Mimikyu is also very good. Bulk Up Mimikyu could potentially get you 2 boosts instead of 1. I've been counting and playing with that. Mimikyu is just an amazing mod. It's a great Z user, great abuser of Life Orb. Life Orb Swords Dance is pretty standard. Life Orb Bulk Up can be good. Expert Belt. You could run a banded Mimikyu for some reason if you wanted to, but Mimikyu is better when you let it set up and then abuse Life Orb type of thing, or Expert Belt, or that sort of stuff. Mimikyu paired with Mega Venusaur is going to be very scary to handle at times. Mega Venusaur takes the steel hits very well. Couldn't care less about them that Mimikyu doesn't want. It takes the poison type hits that Mimikyu doesn't want. It's a very good pair. Nikki's started out with a very solid draft here. Mega Diancie for the Dutch Pyroar. So again, you don't have to Mega Evolve turn 1, which allows him to sit there with standard Diancie if you wanted to. I don't know why, but you could sit there with standard Diancie. That Magic Bounce ability is just great. Hazard, it's the easiest way to control hazards, really. 160 attack, 160 special attack makes this thing hit like a truck. The 110 Spadef and defense make it very good. It's not as good as regular Diancie as far as a defensive nightmare goes, but it's better. And it gets a huge boost to its speed. So having that speed boost is very nice. It's another very easy setup sweeper. You get a Diamond Storm off and it boosts your defense 2 stages. Diancie can get through a lot. It's going to break a lot of walls. It still dies to steel types, though. Like, Technician boosted Mega Scizor will run through this thing. Rock Polish to boost speed. All that good stuff. And he may not Mega. He doesn't have to Mega. He has to carry the Mega Stone, but he doesn't have to Mega. So you can Rock Polish with standard Diancie and just run through teams. And that I do like that. That will not be changing. I am keeping the you don't have to Mega turn 1, but you have to carry the Mega Crystal. Or the Mega Stone. Because I think it makes it so much better for League. I love what PCF does with that. And how I built my League is I borrow a lot of things from other leagues. Like my tier list came from WBE, a good chunk of my doc came from PCF. Some of my rules came from PCF. I know my tiers are going to change next season to reflect. I'm going to check in with APA's tiers and look at their tiers versus my tiers and see what needs to move where type of thing. Because I feel like... Did my tier list come from DSL or did I steal it from WBE? No, I did take it from the DSL. You're right, Damien. I did take my tier list from DSL. The very first league I was ever in, I copied their tier list. That's where that came from. It was both, actually, Damien. I copied both because you and I, because you copied the WWC rules for GPC, and we both noticed when we were going through them that it said stuff about the DSL in it. But yeah. So I borrow a lot from a lot of different leagues. But I'm going to be checking in. APA is probably the most professional league that I know of because it's run by Panther, who is a Wi-Fi league coach. He's the creator of APA. so his tiers make sense for the most part. I probably will compare his and compare PCFs together to see what fits where, as well as every season, at the end of the season, I will open it to coaches, they will vote, and that's what we'll do. That sort of thing. Yada, yada, yada. Back to the draft. Dragoons, Ferrothorn. I already know what the Dragoons are going to do just based on these two picks. I'm sure everybody knows what the Dragoons are going to do based on these two picks. During the actual draft, we had a bit of a weather war going on because we ended up having 3 teams draft rain elements during the draft, which got very, very chaotic. Clem's original round 2 pick, which is Latios right now, was Mega Swampert, which he replaced with a different Mega, which you guys will see later. I did not want Mega, whatever that was, as a round 2 pick. It did not make sense at all to put that up in there. But Clem had Rain, Dragoon had Rain, I think Savage had Rain at one point. It was a nightmare. I loved it because it's 3 weather teams, and I love playing in weather. I have all the Ninetales for Hail again. But with the changes that were made, we're here. It's obvious that the Dragoons are going for a rain team here, with Ferrothorn now being on there. Ferrothorn and Torrentee are pretty solid core to a rain team. Ferrothorn is a very good mon. It can be a defensive nightmare with Rocky Helmet Iron Barbs. It can set up spikes, it can set up rocks, it can just be an annoying headache, and in rain, it's harder to kill. I believe I had Ferrothorn on my rain team back in IPA. I don't remember that team at all. It's stupidly defensive, too, with 131 and 116. Prevents Trick Room. So if you try to Trick Room and defeat the a Swift Swim booster type of thing, good attack in 94, but it's probably one of the best hazard setters. So putting it with pairing it with a rain team is very, very good for Dragoon. Yeah. Murkrows taking Necrozma. This thing is literally the bane of my existence. I hate Necrozma. I tried using it in where did I try using it? APA, because Savage sweeped me with it and was not good. But yeah. Anyways, Savage can really set up with Necrozma. Can really set up, not just Savage, but Necrozma can set up stored power. If you don't bring a Dark type versus Necrozma, it will store power set up on you very, very quickly. That's how I got bounced in. That's how I got bounced out of WWC Season 1 playoffs. Didn't bring a Dark type. He set up Iron Defense, Rock Polish, and then stored power to death. This paired with Terrakion is just scary. You can't knock off Necrozma and take away its leftovers or its item for fear of Terrakion coming in, and now Terrakion's got a boosted attack. And he can just destroy you. So you gotta play a game. This is 2 very potent, powerful setup sweepers for the Murkrows, and I'm not really happy about Necrozma going back to the Murkrows. Oh well, I should have drafted it, but I didn't. Togekiss getting Thundee. So Torrentee's off the board, Thundee off the board. Lando T is still sitting on the board. Don't know why Lando T is still sitting on the board, but it is what it is. This thing has Volt Absorb, so similar to Zeraora. Sharpedo's gonna love this thing to death because it's gonna take the electric type hits for Sharpedo. I believe it's slower than its base form, though. I believe its base form is 111. This thing's 100? 100, I think? But 145 special attack is nothing to laugh at. It can set up very quickly with agility and nasty plot. It is a great Z Captain. Like A.V. McGearno won't appreciate this thing very well, so this thing can threaten Spare if he's running defensive. HP Ice after a nasty plot handles Land of T, handles Zygarde. Well, Standard probably handles Zygarde too. It's a very good mon. It's a very nice setup sweeper. It can defog. So it's good. It pairs very nicely with Sharpedo. It protects Sharpedo as well as being a setup threat itself. West Texas Leafeons, Mega Pidgeot. You will never miss a Hurricane, but you will never dodge a Rock Slide or Stone Edge. Mega Pidgeot is a very good mon. I strangely remember, I think it was for the A-Drive Battle League, Zygarde Mega Pidgey being on the same team, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But that No Guard ability is great because it never misses a move, so it can hit super, super hard. Heat Wave, guaranteed hit. Hurricane, guaranteed hit. Trying to think what other moves it has that have a 95%. Air Slash is a guaranteed hit. Fly is a guaranteed hit. If you want to run a fly set, Hurricane being guaranteed. Sky Attack is guaranteed, but why you do that, I don't know. Yeah, it can never miss a move. You're guaranteed a Toxic with this thing. As long as your opponent goes on a Steel or Poison type, you're guaranteed a Toxic too. So if you need to check something. It can U-turn, it's got Recovery and Roost. 121 speed puts it in the same class as Torn T, just extremely, extremely fast. And having that super, super high 135 special attack just makes this thing an offensive powerhouse that can never miss a Hurricane. If only you could guarantee the confusion, then you'd be really, really set. This with Zygarde are a very, very nice pair. Probably could have waited to get Mega Pidgeot, but it still works out very, very well for Momoniche and the West Texas Leafeons. Matangs taking Jirachi. Jirachi is a very good mon. It can hacks you to death with T-Wave, Serene Grace, Iron Head flinches, Body Slam Para flinches if you don't want to carry T-Wave. This thing can be a good rocker. Solid typing and Steel Psychic. A little bit of a ground weakness. Base 100s across the board, so decent spirit, middle spirit tier. But mainly that para flinching ability is just going to be annoying to many, many teams. And then it's got great stabs, Steel and Psychic type stabs. It's a good wish passer too. I almost forgot, it passes wishes very, very nicely to help heal up things like Zeraora and that sort of thing. Gliscors take Hydreigon, and now between Aegislash and Hydreigon, the Gliscors have two mons that virtually resist every type. Fairy types want to come in and try and kill Hydreigon. Aegislash comes in, eats the hit, threatens to kill you. Fire types want to come in and get Aegislash. Hydreigon comes in, eats the fire type hit, gets you with Aqua Tail. Shadow Ball, Earthquake, Hydreigon with Levitate, so you can't EQ the Aegislash. These two just pair so, so nicely together. It's making for one wickedly offensive core. Hydreigon is very good as a Specs Abuser, it's very good as a Scarfer, it's very good as a Z Captain, it's very good. It can be defensive with Roost and Assault Vest. All in all, these two pair extremely beautiful, and it's nice to see Shadow not play with Stall, because playing with Stall is very, very annoying. Mega Latios. So Mega Latios comes off the board before Mega Latios. Paired with Tapu Koko, this becomes very, very nightmarish. Yeah, Damien, I know we're at round 2. I am trying to pick it up a little bit, because otherwise this is going to end up being like a 5-hour stream, and I don't want that. So I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit. Once we get into lower tier stuff, and I don't know what lower tier stuff does, it will pick up. because I'll just skip quite a few. Latios, Tapu Koko, very, very nightmarish. Latios with the ability to set up and check for Koko on ground type moves because it still has Levitate. Koko very nice because it takes the fairy type moves for Latios, and they pair beautifully together. It's almost as good as, or it's just as good as the pair of standard Latios and Faithful. Very nice synergy between the two. Trailblazer Kings, there goes Kyurem B. Protein, Greninja, Kyurem B. This is an offensive nightmare of a core. It's just gonna be super, super, super nightmarish to deal with. Hey, Nikki, welcome. You missed basically the first round and half of this, or not half, 3/4 of the second round, but this is going up on YouTube. Definitely check it out later if you want to see those parts, because I did talk a lot about Mega Venusaur and Mimikyu. Kyurem Black is just a pain in the butt. It's a very good band user. It can be Scarf, Z Crystals, basically allow this thing to drop a nuke whenever it comes in. This plus Greninja is just going to turn into a very nightmarish squad. Tangrowth. Okay, I found our defensive team. Garen has got officially taken over for Shadow as our defensive captain. That was a bit loud. Okay. I need something to munch on. Yeah. Regrowth, and this thing takes Leech Seeds for Celesteela. God, this is such a nightmarish team, and I gotta play this week 1. It's gonna be annoying. Right now, Megazard runs through this team pretty well, but this is just a nightmare. It's stupidly bulky. Very stupidly bulky, actually. Plus, they can both just hold Rocky Helmets, and then Charizard basically gets marker. Mew for the Primarinas. Mew is the do-everything Mon. It's base 100s across the board. It can learn any move in the game. It can be offensive setup sweeper with Rock Polish Swords Dance. It can be offensive setup sweeper with Calm Mind. It can be defensive with Roost, Defog, Toxic, and Stealth Rocks. Mew is literally the Swiss Army knife of the game of Pokemon, and it pairs so nicely with Infernape because whatever Infernape is weak to, Mew can check for and handle with its own coverage. Pyroar's taking Rotom Wash. So this really helps with... I love this pick. I love... Not Pyroar's, Weaviles. Sorry, Damien. The 2 Dutch teams gets me confused. I really love this pick, actually. It can spread Willows. It can handle those ground types that want to come in and just destroy T-Tar. And it can check, it can't check grass types, but it can check the ground types. Levitate, no EQ hitting outside of Mold Breaker. Hydro Pump to deal with those stupid ground types that want to try to EQ anyways and pressure them out. I love this pair. It's a very solid pair. Great 2-punch with T-Tar and Rotom Wash. The hell did we let this happen again? Were we just not paying attention? Spare's got Mega, Latios, and Magearna again. This is the same nightmarish core he had last season. And because we're on the wheel, all he has to do is pick Lando T, and he's got everything but Protein, Greninja. Yeah, like his top 3. Three of his top 4 Mons are back on his team. Mega Latios plus Magearna is like Tapu Koko and Latios on steroids. It's stupidly bulky, stupidly offensive. It's a nightmare, and I can't believe we let Spare do this again. What were we thinking? We weren't, again. At least we know what he's doing, though. Except we don't. He didn't get Lando T this time. He went Victini to come back around. Victini, Mag, Latios. What did we do to deserve this? Who did we piss off to let Spare do this? Why weren't we paying attention? Victini is a nightmare. All I have to say, go watch A-Drive use Victini. You'll know what this thing can do. Victini, Magirna, we're all screwed. And it's only round 3. Not quite. It can be done. It can be beaten. Crimson's got a team that can beat this. Damien's starting to build a team that could beat this, depending on how it goes. It's not hopeless. It's just stupid that this happened again. Dual Psychics, though. That's about the only thing I can criticize. Here's the Mega. So instead of Mega Latios, which Spare didn't originally have, we had Mega Latios here. They take Mega Medicham. Mega Medicham is very nice in the fact that it has coverage out the wazoo. That pure power is just amazing. HJKs break so much stuff. Mega Medi is just a very offensive pressure. Fake outs. Very, very nice mon. Might have been a little early to take Medicham, but it fits. It does very, very well for... It'll do very well for what it needs to be as a breaker to handle threats on this team. Primarina is Mandibuzz. I love Mandibuzz as a mon. It's a great defensive mon. I used it in FWL. I've used it in PCF. It is stupidly bulky. Like, stupidly bulky. You throw, like, max HP. You don't even have to put, like, full defensive investment. This thing is stupidly bulky. It suffers from move slot syndrome is the biggest problem. If Game Freak gave us 5 moves in Gen 8, Mandibuzz would shoot up to being such a good mon. Roost, Defog, Tailwind, U-Turn, Foul Play. It has Overcoat, so it doesn't take damage from... not hazards, powder moves. That's what it doesn't take damage from, and hail and sandstorm. It also has weak armor, so it can set up. Yes, its defense will drop, but it gets a speed boost. So this thing could get faster and more annoying. Definitely a very, very good defensive backbone for this team, and it allows me to not be stuck in a defensive role. Mandibuzz can just take hits for days. Come on, beer. Agron's taking Galvantula. So their team is very, very slow. Galvantula with webs kind of helps. Galvantula takes electric type hits okay for Celesteela, but mainly it's there to be an annoyance instead of webs. Force a defog type of thing. It's a very good mon. I've seen it used very, very well. It's probably the premier web setter in my mind. Definitely going to do well with the Agrons and help with speed control when they decide to start taking some offensive mods. Mega Mawile. So again, apparently during the draft we're not paying attention to what happens. We're all so focused in on our plans that we don't see, oh crap, we're going to let XYZ end up on this team. Mega Mawile, Greninja, and Kyurem Black is almost as scary as Spare's Mega Latios, Magirna, and Victini. Mega Mawile is basically like discount Magirna. It is stupidly strong. It sets up a Swords Dance and then you're in trouble. Good coverage and the Elemental Fang moves. Sucker Punch for priority. Just very, very, very good mon. Greninja protects a little bit from the fire ground type moves, takes the fire type moves. This is just turning out to be a very offensive and nightmarish core. Milotic, so we have Latios, Tapu Koko, and Milotic. Milotic is typically a defensive mon, but from what I've heard from G-Dog, this thing's going to get a 6-0 sweep at some point, or it's going to try very hard. Apparently, he runs very offensive Milotic. I'm very interested to see that. Normally, Milotic being defensive with Recover and Flame Orb, and like just scalding to death. But competitive Milo is very, 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 very scary. And so I really want to see this, because this might change and make me want to use Milo someday. Because all I know it for is defense. Most of the time it just passes off toxics and recovers types of thing. But we'll see what Milo does. It also has a Mirror Coat, so if you try to hit it with a special electric type move to kill it, you're probably going to die. Rotom Heat, another Levitate Mon. Rotom Heat is just as good as the other Rotoms. Not as bulky as Wash, but defogs, Volt Switches, overheats. Just nightmare to deal with. Paired with Aegislash and Hydreigon. This looks very familiar because it's the Dutch Pyro Season 1 team. This looks really, really strongly like that. Rotom Heat. It has the standard, like every Rotom form has the standard abilities, or standard ability and spreads, but the Fire Electric typing is very, very nice. It's unique to only Rotom. It can check Electric type, Fire. It has resistance to Electric, Fire, Flying, Fairy, and Steel. So it can check like Togekiss and Scizor and Mammo and Mega Mane and all sorts of things. It can be defensive with Defog. It can just, in Pain Split, it can Volt Switch around. It can pass Willows. It can pass Toxics. You can Volt Switch into Hydreigon with U-Turn and Volt Switch. He's got a good Volt Turn core there going, and fills out Speed Tears as well. Togekiss. So apparently Huff wasn't satisfied with just Jirachi Paraflinching. He also needed Togekiss for Paraflinching. Togekiss is another very, very good Wish Passer. It's a very bulky one as well. Doesn't force Jirachi into being the only Wish Passer. It gives him a Fairy type as well. It's a very good Cleric Mon. Matthias, I think APA is on either or. I don't think they specifically say it has to be on one or the other. I've played both sides on it, type of thing. But Togekiss, Baton Passing for momentum. Zeraora protects this thing from electric hits. Jirachi protects it from poison hits. Fits pretty nicely. With allowing to be a good Cleric. Doesn't make Jirachi be a Cleric, basically. Whimsicott. Whimsicott is a very, very fast Mon. It has that stupid Nikki, as far as WWC goes, I don't care. Do them on whichever one you want. I honestly don't care. Draft Frontier basically allows you to check to make sure you're legal for draft format. But I don't care. Just play your matches on whatever you want to. I like Showdown. I prefer Showdown. I prefer playing on Showdown. I don't like Draft Frontier. I keep getting DC'd from Draft Frontier every time I try to use it. So I'll stick with Showdown for my matches. Whimsicott with that ability to Prankster Tailwind is just super, super annoying. Prankster Tailwind for Zygarde is great because it stops fast things from being able to hit it before it can get set up with Coil or D-Dance or whatever it's going to do. Whimsy is a very nice Fairy type. Very, very abusive and annoying Mon because it can set up Prankster Leech Seed. That Prankster ability just allows it to do so much and be super, super annoying. Amoonguss for the Togekiss. So now they have something defensive to regen out. This thing will sponge those grass type hits, as does Thundurus, but it sponges those grass type hits for Sharpedo. Can Spore and put things to sleep to allow Sharpedo and Thundy to set up. Clear Smog to check opposing setup sweepers. Again, the regen makes it very, very nice because it can go in and out, in and out, in and out. It's super, super slow to help prevent Trick Room from going off and stopping Mega Sharpedo from sweeping. stupidly bulky with 114 HP. It's a very good defensive pivot, resists grass, electric, water, fairy, and fighting. So it checks a lot of things off. It helps the Togekiss protect themselves, basically. Even better, it's a good defensive pivot to switch in, put something to sleep, and then get Sharpedo in to sweep type of situation. Or stop an opposing sweeper. Murkrow, Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria is another one of those mons that's stupidly good in the right hands. It can set up very quickly with Cotton Guard to get itself defensive. It can set up D-Dancing with speed. Pixelate makes every normal type move into fairy type, so it gets stab fairy on things like Body Slam, on Hyper Voice, on Return becomes fairy stab. Has the ability to heal with Roost. 110 attack, 110 special attack, so it can run physical or special. Very good bulk in 110 and 105. Spadef, it's just on the slower side, but once you start D-Dancing, it doesn't really matter. It's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. It can be a cleric with defog and heal bell type of thing if need be. It has great coverage because it gets flamethrower, it gets earthquake. It's a very good bulky offensive mon. And paired with Necrozma and Drakion, now you can't keep dropping poisons on Necrozma because this thing will just switch in and heal. Yeah, 102 return with Fairy Stab is a big yikes there, Nikki. This thing is paired very nicely. Savage has a very, very good offensive core there. And this thing checks 2 of the 3 for your Dragon and Fairy Steel Core, Dragon Fairy Steel Core right off the bat. There is the confirmation that the Dragoons are going for Rain. They took Swampert. They have Swampert, Tornteed, and Ferrothorn. If you aren't running a Rain team with those, I don't know what you're doing. I used Mega Swampert last season. I love it. I want to go back to a Rain team at some point because I love Mega Swampert. It's just a beast. It's a nightmare. Power-Up Punch setup, great coverage. Ice Punch to check really common threats against it. Earthquake, Waterfall. Like, you start Power-Up Punching Waterfall, Power-Up Punch Ice Punch, Power-Up Punch Earthquake, Power-Up Punch Stone Edge. It just sets up and sweeps. It's a very good setup sweeper under Rain. Ferrothorn pairs very nicely because Ferrothorn checks the grass type hits. Swampert checks the fire type hits. Just a very, very good pair. And then you have Tornteed in the Rain as well. Shaman. The Dutch Pyroars seem to have a thing for mythics right now. They have Diancie, they have Manaphy, and they have Shaman. Shaman, if it's not a blind variant of Shaman that misses every Seed Flare and Leech Seed in the world, can be a very good mon. I have this thing in APA. I didn't really care for Shaman because of everything I've heard about it missing and being just a terrible mon in general. But this thing is stupid defensive at times. Like, it's base 100s across the board like Manaphy, but it is stupidly defensive at times. You set up a sub Leech Seed Synthesis set, this thing can just be dummy defensive. Dummy stupid defensive. And so it's a very nice mon. It takes those grass hits for Manaphy that Manaphy does not appreciate. Conversely, Manaphy takes care of fire types for Shaman. Yeah, it's a very good defensive mon. It can also be a very offensive powerhouse and set up on you, but Shaman all around is a very good mon. Nice Watergrass core. Speed tiers for this team are getting a little wonky because you're at 110, 100, and 100. Have to see what happens in the lower tiers as to whether or not that continues to be an issue. Houston Hydreigons taking Keldeo. Now this is an offensive nightmare of a core. You have Keldeo, you have Mimikyu, you have Venusaur. Keldeo protects, I believe this Keldeo, both forms have Justified, but I might be wrong. Yes, Justified. 108 speed makes this thing it's a very good speed tier with Mimikyu and Venusaur in between. 91 HP, it's 129, it's a very, very good special attacker, but because it has Justified, it can also be a very good standard attacker, physical attacker, once it takes a knockoff, which Mimikyu does not appreciate knockoff. So Keldeo kind of helps prevent knockoff spam, as does Venusaur. Mimikyu is not Mimikyu, Keldeo with Venusaur and Mim just make this a very, very scary offensive core. Not as scary as others in the league, but definitely a very good, very, very scary core. Gliscor was my pick. Gliscor is stupidly defensive as well. It's also a very good hazard checker, which up until this point, Charizard hates Stealth Rocks. Ninetales does not like Stealth Rocks. Stealth Rocks help me break things very nicely with Zard. This is a free Toxic switch in, because I can run Poison Heal and then heal off your Toxics to help me check with that. Can run Defog, Roost for both HP Ice. Charizard and Ninetales could care less about HP Ice. Has immunity to Earthquake, which Charizard really needs as well once it Mega Evolves. Stealth Rock Setter itself, so it gives me some nice hazard control. Pairs very nicely with Charizard in my mind, and I've also wanted to try it. I'm trying to expand to more bulk. I can also set up with Gliscor behind Aurora Veil. A Swords Dancing Gliscor would be very, very fun to try behind Veil type of thing, because I wanted to build Veil offense and things that worked well behind Veil, things that would appreciate the Veil and set up behind it, besides just Ninetales setting up on its own with Nasty Plot. Clum, Buzzwall, or Buzzswole. This thing can be stupidly defensive, and I'll say it again. This thing is stupidly defensive. Shadow, what do you mean? Where I start accelerating through the later rounds? Probably. Just because I am 2 hours in and we're only into like tail end of round 3, so I will probably accelerate here. Buzzwole, stupidly offensive. I haven't quite figured out how to draft stream correctly. Stupidly defensive, can also be a nightmarish as all hell as an offensive threat. Pairs very nicely with Clefable and Latios because it resists poison type hits that Clef does not want to take. Lottie takes care of those psychic type hits. To pair that off, they go with Jolteon, they get some speed. We gotta go fast, vroom vroom, as Nikki said. Jolteon with Volt Absorb, it's basically, if it wasn't for Zero Aura, Jolteon would be the best pure electric with Volt Absorb. Zero Aura is faster, that's why Zero Aura is better. But 130 speed is nothing to laugh at. Very good Specs Abuser, very good Volt Switcher. I get Latios in. Latios protects it from the ground type moves, that sort of thing. Came back around, grabbed Alakazam. This is where my draft fell apart. The first 3 Mons are the only 3 Mons left on my original team. I made a bunch of changes. We settled on Alakazam. I needed speed. My speed tiers aren't that great. I got 95, 100, and 109. But nothing above 120 or at right now. So I grabbed Alakazam. Alakazam is a very good Scarfer. It's a very good Z-Captain. It's a very good Specs Abuser. It can set up with Calm Minds. It is frail beyond belief. Like, its defenses are trash. But it can do some work for me. Excited to see it because I've never used Alakazam. But it can set up pretty decently. Thundurus. Standard Thundurus for the Hydreigons. This thing has Prankster, if I remember correctly. Right, this one, yes. So this has Prankster. So you get Tailwinds up, 150, it's 111 speed, so another nice, now it's faster than Keldeo, again filling out speed cores, 125 special attack, so this is basically what Thundy Eye, but with Prankster you can get a Prankster Nasty Plot off. Defiant, simply try to lower your stats, you can raise them, like Nasty Plot with a Life Orb, T-Bolt, HP Ice, Focus Blast type of thing. This thing can be just a nightmare across the board. It can run mixed. It can be physical. It can be special. Ground types will be immune to the T-Bolt, but that's where HP Ice comes in. Grass types, Venusaur handles, that sort of thing. But also a very, very good mon for the Hydreigons. Pyroars, Latios. So again, we got another legendary on this team. Latios is very good defensively as well. Levitate for Diancie to not get murdered by EQ. Dragon Psychic, so now you got your Dragon and your Fairy. Latios can also be a setup sweeper. That 130 Spadef just makes this thing a nightmare. 110 speed. Some Latios and Diancie have the same speed. Shaman and Manaphy have the same speed. Speed tiers are still a little off on here. This thing can set up though. It's got good recovery. It's just a more defensive version of Latios. But again, 4 legendary / mythical Pokemon for the Dutch Pyroars. Dying Dragoons, Shandy. It's literally like Dragoon looked at my IPA and my WWC Season 1 teams and merged the two, because all 4 of these mons are basically on that team. Shandy is an amazing mon, Fire Ghost type. It can be stupidly bulky at times. It can also be very offensive. It has a great move pool. It is a very good Z Crystal Captain with things like Psychic, Energy Ball, Flamethrower, Z Memento, Ghostium Z, that sort of thing. This thing almost single-handedly beats Bear's top 3 mons if I just had Energy Ball. Definitely a very good mon. In rain, not the greatest. Out of rain, pretty good. Murkrows, now they have webs, so now they're trying to slow things down for Necrozma and Terrakion to just be super annoying, and Altaria will appreciate these. Araquanid is bulky, it sets webs, and then it sucks the living life out of you. This is very nice defensive mon to pair with the rest of Savage's team, which greatly appreciate its ability to put up the webs and then allow them to set up faster. Volcarona, another very good setup mon. Basically, the Togekiss have setup mon, setup mon, setup mon, setup mon, defense, setup mon. How this synergizes well, I don't know. I know it being able to Quiver Dance and Break. Bulky grass types for Sharpedo is very nice, but outside of that, I don't really see how it synergizes very well. But it can be a very potent mon on its own with setup sweeping ability. Entei for the West Texas Leafeons. Entei is a very good choice band abuser, just like Zygarde. It has priority and extreme speed. Pressure is a great ability because it forces things down. Pretty decently bulky at 115, base 100 speed. Can be a special attacker, but definitely better as a physical attacker with Choice Band. Coverage with Stone Edge. Sacred Fire basically guarantees a burn, I believe. But it has access to Earth. Bulldoze for speed control. Extreme speed, Facade. If you get burned or poisoned, you can't get burned, you're a fire type. Flame Charge to help set up, get that speed boost going on a non-banded set. Doesn't have access to EQ. It does not have access to EQ, right? No. So Bulldoze would be a good there. Sacred Fire, like I said, 50% chance to burn. Pass Willows off. Has access to Iron Head. Just a very good mon. Very nice speed, very nice bit of bulk, but definitely a Choice Band abuser that fits very nicely in with Zygarde and Pidgeot. We have Zydoge 10%. So there's your Fairy Steel Dragon Core. Zydoge 10% is basically discount Zygarde. It's just as good in my mind. Really, I think it's just a stat difference, and I'm trying to remember what it is. It's not as bulky as far as HP and defense go. It's faster than standard Zygarde, but their attack is basically the same. It's just not as bulky is the thing, and that makes sense because it's a smaller mon. But you do the same thing. You set up D-dances, and then you sweep with 1,000 arrows type of thing. Zygarde really just pairs nicely. You can Wish Pass with Togekiss. Now you got a mon that can take an EQ for Zeraora outside of Togekiss, but Wish Passing with Paraflinching into Zygarde is just a very, very nice combo for Huff to have here. Very good. I think this is a pretty good FSD core. Nihilego with this nightmarish of an offense already. Nihilego is also very bulky on the Spit F side at 131, so a Assault Vest set can be very good. It's a very good choice Specs Abuser. It's a Stealth Rocker, Poison type. It resists Bug type moves, which Hydreigon doesn't necessarily appreciate. Fairy type moves, again, Aegislash kind of covers that. It's weak to Psychic type, while Hydreigon takes that. It's weak to Steel type, while Rotom and Aegislash take that. It's weak to Water type. Hydreigon doesn't really care about that. Gives him T-Spikes, gives him Stealth Rocks, so he's got hazards there. Decent move pool, it can be a good Z abuser. Life Orb, it can set up. It's a good Choice Scarf user, it's a good Specs Abuser. Once this thing gets on a roll, it can be very, very difficult to destroy. And EQ can't really get to it because of Rotom Heat. So let's for that pair, and Hydreigon too, with both having Levitate. Gardevoir is getting a Selgor. This thing has gotta go fast. Selgor is a very nice mon. It gets Spikes access. I think it's 145 speed on a Selgor. Yeah, 145 speed, 100 special attack. It has Unburden, so it can just go extremely fast when it burns up its item. Also has Sticky Hold to prevent it from getting knocked off. Hydration, so if you needed it in rain type of thing, you could use it there as well. But it sets spikes, and it's a very, very good Specs Abuser. Incredibly good Specs Abuser because of its high special attack and high speed. And it's got great coverage. Like, it's got Energy Ball, it's got all the HPs work, hidden powers work very well on this. It's just a very, very good mon. Sludge Bomb, T-Spikes, Spikes. It has Water Shuriken, Venoshock for if you poison something. It's a very good mon. Very nice speed. And the Gardevoir should use it very, very well as their hazard setter. One of their hazard setters. It's coming, Nikki. There's Lando T. So Lando T made it all the way back to basically the bottom 5 in round 4. I was really worried at this point that I was going to get back to Spare, but then I remembered Spare doesn't have the points for Lando T. Lando T, Kyurem Black, Greninja, Mega Mawile. This is just a nightmarish of an offensive core, plus Lando can function as defense as well. You have a U-turning, pivoting Intimidator, you have a good Scarfer, you have a good Z-Captain. It can run offensive, defensive, it can set up with double dancing. Lando T is just a very, very good mon, and now you have your EQ, resist, or immunity that Mawile so desperately wants. And because you don't have to Mega Evolve Mawile first turn, you now have double Intimidate cycling that you can do, which is just going to make physical attacking very, very annoying. Oh, Gearin, why? Why did you have to look at Shadow's notes and just copy him? You just... Oh, he's got double regen core now with Celesteela. Toxapex, stupidly bulky water type. Tangrowth. Stupidly bulky grass type. Celesteela, stupidly bulky. Toxapex is just stupid bulk across the board. T-Spike's Abuser, T-Spike's Absorber. It can set T-Spikes and then Merciless kill you to death with guaranteed crits. Yeah, Spare, it's a gross team, but you don't have to play it week 1. I do. This plus Tangrowth plus Celesteela makes one of the stupidestly defensive cores I've ever seen. It's time for the Agrons to leave some of the defensive mons behind and maybe go grab some offense. I mean, why would they? They could just leech seed you to death, basically. Yes, Shadow, I saw your tip for week 1. I also have an idea for week 1. It's called Setup Zard Sweep. Flare Blitz kill +1 Flare Blitz will kill Celesteela, +1 Flare Blitz will kill Tangrowth. EQ will kill Toxapex. But I will be looking at what else to do because I am not relying on Setup Sweep Zard. That's not going to work. Setup Sweep Zard will not work 100%. Plus, I just said it, so now Garen can prep for it. Yeah, I know, Shadow. Maybe it's called Psychological Warfare. I may not even bring Zardex for this. I don't know. I gotta see what I do here. Donphan to the Primarinas. Donphan is guaranteed Stealth Rocks with Sturdy. It's also very, very good mon with the fact that it gets Ice Shard as priority. It has Seed Bomb, it has Play Rough, it has Gunk Shot. It's got a beautiful move pool. But it guarantees you your Stealth Rocks, so now Mew isn't always forced into Stealth Rocks. I mean, yeah, I mind games, because, like, Garen's got to look at his team, look at my team, and see Zardex just runs through him at this point. So he's got to know Zardex is coming, so he's got to prep for Zardex. So maybe I force him into over-prepping for Zardex, don't even bring Zardex, and just win that way. Because now he's prepped for Zardex, he's not prepped for anything else. Type of situation. Anyways, back to this. Donphan is a very, very beautiful mod. I loved using it last season. Fits very nicely on this team. Just the fact that it has priority. It can set up with Rock Polish itself, and it hits like a truck. It's just stupidly offensive. Physically offensive as well. Pyroars taking Rabombi to get themselves some webs, which really, really help T-Tar function better. It doesn't have to necessarily D-dance. Fairy type stab. This thing can quiver dance on its own and set up and sweep itself. Very nice setup sweeper. Pairs very nicely with this team. Takes those fairy type hits and those psychic type hits pretty decently for Medicham. Did I say Pyroars again? Because I just noticed that I thought I said saying Weavels. Did I say Pyroars again? I swear it's gonna be a long day. And Spare picking up Scissor. Scissor Magearna is kind of an interesting pair, but standard Scissor in Tier 2 is worth the pick. Technician boosting moves. It can Swords Dance set up. Pairs just, it's a U-turner, it's a defogger. It's a very interesting choice, and I'm sure it's going to end up like Lando T last year, and basically come and do its thing while the rest of his team just wipes through and kills everything else. Pairing that, he gets Standard Landorus, so he missed out on Lando T. He decided, well, let's go back and get Standard Landorus. This cannot have Sheer Force, it cannot be Sheer Force Life Orb. It only gets Sand Force, or Sand Rush, or whichever ability it is. It's still just as scary. It's still just as much of a nightmare. It doesn't have Intimidate, which helps a little bit, but it comes in and protects Magearna from EQ. Yeah, so it has Sand Force, 125 attack, 115 special attack, 101 speed. It's an incredibly powerful wall breaker. It's gonna destroy things very easily. It will probably carry HP Ice to deal with other Lando, but it fits Spare's team. Spare basically missed out on Gren, otherwise he'd have his top 4 from last year, and instead he just replaced it with Victini. You do not need more power, Spare. You have enough power. the Dutch Weaviles. Take Haxorus. Haxorus is a beautiful D-Dance setter. Can set up and sweep on its own. Takes a Mold Breaker Mon off the board, which helps keep Rotom Wash alive. And then, like I said, this thing just D-Dances and sweeps. That's literally all it does. D-Dance, sweep, and go. Yeah. Good Mon. Mold Breaker, so it can break those Levitate Mons to keep T-Tar from EQing on them. Seattle Primarina is Mega Man. Mega Man is fast. 405 is what it tops out at its speed, I believe, when you run Jolly. It's a very good Volt Turner. Has good coverage and overheat. Plus a hidden power. It has Lightning Rod, so Mandibuzz is protected here. Donphan kind of covered that already, but Lightning Rod. Right? No, Intimidate. This is a Volt Switching Intimidator. Base form has Lightning Rod, but this is a Volt Switch Intimidator. So you can Volt Switch Intimidate around, do those sort of shenanigans. It's also very, very good special attacker. I think 130 special attack on Manectric. 135. 135 special attack, 135 speed. Intimidate, it just cycles Intimidates and just is a wall. It just is an offensive Volt Turner. Very, very nasty. And one of the fastest Megas out there. Just puts in work. Pairs very nicely with this team. Gives him a special line. He had pretty physical outside of Mew. He's pretty physical, so that gives him some special hit power. Agrons. There is the first sign of offense on this team. They have probably one of the better Scarfers for its tier in Crocodile. Crook Moxie Crook Scarfed Moxie Crook can run through teams very, very quickly. Does have Anger Point, so if it gets crit, its attack goes all the way to max. Intimidate to drop attacks itself. Having webs really helps. Crocodile, it's base 92 speed, so now you're starting to see some speed come into the team. 117 attack. Very, very powerful Mon. Knockoff, Pursuit, Earthquake, Superpower, Stone Edge. Great round. It can be Stealth Rocker. It has Taunt. It can run Ground Z, or any Z Crystal really, and make a very good Mon. And it truly is a nightmare. It is an offensive nightmare, and I have to be very careful with Scarf Crook, because I've used a Scarf Crook before. Moxie boosting Scarf Crook is dangerous, especially with this defensive core, because he can lock himself in, they can bring in a check, he switches into a defensive core, takes that hit, pressures, and then immediately gets Crook back out at some point. It's going to be very, 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 very nasty. Very, very nasty. Hey board, welcome back. Z-Snatch, Power Trip. I did not know about that. V-Dog, I did not know about that. We have, that's next one. Reuniclus. So now we have Trick Room potential with the Blazikins and Mawile and Reuniclus. Reuniclus is also very nice. Regen Mon, takes some hits, but mainly it's here to serve as a, hey, look at me, I do have Trick Room Mega Mawile, so you can prep all you want for the super fast threats like Greninja and Scarf Lando, potentially Scarf Kyurem. I'm not going to bring any of them. I'm going to bring Reuniclus and Mawile and Trick Room on your ass. So, very nice Mon, very, brings in some very scary potential there for a Trick Room set on this already offensive team. Gardevoirs, Mienshao, pray they don't have Protect, pray they don't have a Ghost type, and you'll be good to go, because you can run Scarfed or Banded HJKs and just blow through teams. Another regen, Mon Reckless with a Life Orb, Trick Room Greninja. Didn't you bring Trick Room with Greninja one time, Spare? I'm pretty sure you brought Trick Room Mag, Lottie, and Greninja, I think. That might have been the match that you lost because of a Spadef drop. I don't remember. Off the top of my head. Yeah, that was it. Okay. I thought you did. Mienshao, it's a regen mon, so it does have some longevity. But Reckless Life Orb or Reckless Banded HJKs are going to break through things very, very quickly. Swampert. Standard Swampert. I don't know what Standard Swampert does, to be perfectly honest. I know regular Swampert, or Mega Swampert, is great in rain, but what Standard Swampert does, I don't know. I know it's got a good attack stat. Its speed is terrible. It can be a decent rocker, so it doesn't force Nihilego to be the sole rocker. It's a solid rocker, is what Shadow says. Takes physical hits and sets rocks. Okay. Thank you guys for informing me as to what Swampert does. It takes physical hits and sets rocks. So Nihilego's not the only rocker here. And this thing takes physical hits. And Rotom Heat, yeah, with Grass being its only weakness, Rotom Heat deals with grass types no problem. So that's actually a very nice pair there out of Tier 3. Tang's taking Arcanine. Arcanine is a very fast, good boy with priority and extreme speed. Morning Sun for recovery. Snarl to lower special attack. Wild Charge and coverage. Good Z abuser. Yeah, it's a good solid Tier 3 pick. Leafeon's take Weavile. Now this, with Zygarde, is very, very interesting. Because this is one of the biggest checks to Zygarde. Outside of a setup, once Zygarde sets off, Weavile can do anything. But priority in Ice Shard, it's got a good speed. It can be banded, it can be scarf, has pressure to force moves to deplete faster. 125 speed is nothing to laugh at. 120 attack is very, very good. Give it a Choice Band. It's a good Pursuit Trapper. Choice Band knockoffs. Ice Shard in priority, as I said. Icicle Crash. It's just very, 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 very good. Very good mon, and I like it being paired with Zygarde here. Very nicely paired. Togekiss, Lycanroc Dusk. Lycanroc Dusk is a pretty good Z user. Very good Choice Band user. Can run a Focus Sash Swords Dance set. That priority and Excel Rock is just amazing. Tough Claws boosts the physical moves. It's like Charizard's Tough Claw. It's the same ability as Mega Charizard X. Elemental Fangs. Priority in Excel Rock. Banded just destroys through a lot of teams. It's a very, very good mon. Very good. I think it's 112 speed, base speed. Very, very nice mon. It's also Stealth Rock setter to get his own rocks up from Matthias. Nice mon. Fits pretty well with the team. All around. I have used Lycanroc Dusk before. I liked it, but not enough to really use it again. Heatran for the Murkrows. God, this team's gonna be really difficult to deal with. Heatran it's a good, reliable Stealth Rock setter, Steel Fire type, Flash Fire, so Fire type moves. Handle things, it takes the Steel type hits, no problem for Altaria and Terrakion. But yeah, it's a very reliable Stealth Rocker and a very powerful mon. Very good Z abuser as well. And just continues to put offensive pressure on this team. Like, this team is stupidly offensive right now. Can't remember what Heatran's speed is. 77 speed. And it's also very good defensive-wise. 106 is in both defenses. Yeah, that Flash Fire ability is just great. And it can also be a trapper because it has Magma Storm type of thing. Good coverage, it can taunt. Just a very, very nice mon all around. Trying to think. Handles those grass types that Terrakion doesn't want to mess with either. Dying Dragoons, Hitmontop. Intimidating Spinner is basically how I view Hitmontop. It comes in, it spins, it intimidates. It can set up a bulk up if it wants, it can set up an SD if it wants. But really that's what it's here for, is to spin and control hazards and set intimidates. Intimidate physical grass types for Swampert and that sort of thing. Pyroars, they finally don't have a legendary or a mythic. They have Venomoth. Venomoth is a very, very nice setup sweeper. I like using it behind Veil. It's a very nice Veil setup sweeper. Quiver Dance plus Buggy MZ and Sleep Powder makes this thing incredibly dangerous. It can set up very, very quickly. A lot of setup threats on this team. Quad resist fighting types, which is pretty good. But yeah, it's a very good setup mon. Very good tier 4 mon. And technically it's grounded so it can absorb those T-spikes as well. Doublade for the Houston Hydreigon. Doublade plus Mimikyu is an interesting pair for the ghost types. Doublade is basically Aegis/Light. It gets Eviolite. It doesn't have the ability to use King Shield, which makes it a little less broken, but it is, or makes it not so broken, but it is still a very dangerous mon for tier 3. Having basically the same type, once you slap an Eviolite on it, it becomes extremely bulky. Similar to that Aegis/Lash, and it can Swords Dance and then Priority Shadow Sneak, and that sort of thing. So Doublade's going to be very interesting to see how well it does. See if it can compete with its older brother. Which, again, most people don't know. If you haven't been in the server for a long time, that sort of thing, I think it's like the McStabby family. Exclamation mark McStabby family. I don't remember the code. Whoever knows the code and remembers it, in the Discord or in the chat, maybe it is McStabby family. I don't know. I don't remember. But Aegis/Lash is called Bloody McStabby. Doublade is called Scissors McCuddy, and I believe Honedge is baby Pointy McCuddy. Pointy something. I don't know. I gave Honedge's line a very funny nickname set, and it's just a running joke in the server. We kill Nightbot with Pointy McStabby a lot because Nightbot likes to break. Vertix. Umbreon. I have a Wish Passer now. Charizard can freely Flare Blitz to its heart's content, and then I can just bring Umbreon and Wish Pass type of thing. Umbreon is stupidly defensive, stupidly bulky. That wishing ability is great. Synchronize allows me to pass your statuses back to you, so if you want to try and T-Wave my Zard, I will go into Umbreon and I will pass that right back to you. But yeah, stupidly defensive. 130 and 110, 95 HP. Very good Cleric because it can have Heal Bell, it can protect, Wish Pass type of thing, Baton Passing. I could set up Curses, which not great because that lowers my speed, but I could Curse Pass into something. Maybe to counter Trick Room against Charizard or something, I could Curse Pass into Zard to prevent the Trick Room. Because he can pass negative speed, that sort of thing. It's just a really nice mon. I can trap things with Mima, Healing and Moonlight. It's a very good mon. I like it. I've wanted to use Umbreon. Umbreon is actually one of my favorite mons to use in non-league format. It's one of my favorite mons all around. And I love shiny Umbreon. Like and Max, if you're watching, your mascot's amazing. That's basically it. Nightbot. I'm trying to figure out what the Nightbot command is for the McStabby family. This is really, really funny, and I want to get it up there in the chat, because it is funny. I think it's funny as can be. Commands, custom. What are you? Are you the McStabby family? McStabby family? What did I call it? Stabby family. It's exclamation mark Stabby family. That's the command. Exclamation mark Stabby family. There we go. So it's Baby Pointy McSlicey, Scissors McCuddy, and Bloody McStabby. That is the McStabby family. Yeah, that's it. So that's the funny joke. Anyways, moving on. I skipped. No, Skarmory. Skarmory for the White Force wheels. Skarmory is guaranteed a hazard setup, whether that be Stealth Rocks or Spikes with the Sturdy ability. Has Recovery and Roost. Weak armor allows it to speed up if need be. 140 defense is just stupidly bulky. It's a good defogger, Roost, Spikes. You can run Shed Shell to prevent it from getting magnet pulled, leftovers. It can be, because it gets sturdy, you can counter kill with it. You just hit Skarmory down to 1 off of its sturdy, then it counters and you die if you hit it with a physical move. Brave Bird. It fits extremely well with Clefable, and this is actually a very good Fairy Steel Dragon Core the more I think about it. I know I kind of rank you low, Clem, but, you know, maybe I was wrong. I don't know. Power rankings are hard. That's all I'm going to say. Power rankings are hard. So, yeah. It can set up Tailwind, too, which would help with Buzzwole being on the slower side. Pairing this, there's Suicune. Suicune is another very good, like, Crocoon. That's literally all I have to say is Crocoon. That's all you need to know is Crocoon. To know what Suicune does. It can rest, it can sleep talk, you can set up Calm Minds, Scalds. It's just a very, very bulky and offensive Mon. With Skarmory and Clefable and Buzzwole, this is just bulk city. Not as bulky as Giron's team, though. Giron's team is just stupid bulk. I took Kartana. So, at this point in the draft, there wasn't much in Tier 1. And this is, again, where my draft had changed. Because originally I had Bulu Lucha behind Veil with Charizard X. And I was like, maybe not. Maybe I want to... Because Kyurem... what happened... So, crazy thing. Kyurem Black gets dropped. Causes a frenzy. I didn't want Blaze or Crimson. I didn't want Crimson to get Kyurem Black, so I dropped a Bulu. But because I dropped Bulu, you guys know where Bulu's gonna go on in this draft. Bulu got swept right back up, and I basically had to like blow my team up, and yeah. So I ended up with Kartana. Kartana Ninetales Charizard is a dangerously scary Fairy Steel Dragon Core. It is an offensive nightmare. Kartana behind that, plus Choice Band or Swords Dance or Scarfed Kartana. It's a very, very good mon. It's paper thin on the defensive side, though. Paper thin on the Spadef side. It will die to an Ember. So, I'm going to have to watch that. But Kartana, we'll see what it does. Minior for the Hydreigons. I have seen Minior 6-0 sweep people. You White Herb, Shell Smash, and you can run through teams. Stealth Rocker. Now have 2 flying types, very interesting to see. But Minior can serve as a very, very good setup sweeper for this team. Blacephalon, another, right back, so you go Venomoth and then you go Blacephalon, right back to the legendary thing. Blacephalon is a very good Scarfer, very good Specs abuser, very good Z Captain. Just, it can punch holes through teams very, very quickly. It can Calm Mind set up.
I also didn't realize that the stars on the side of its head were its eyes, and ever since then, I cannot look at Blacephalon the same. Dragoons! Goodra, again! Dragoon literally copy-pasted my IPA and WWC teams from last year, put them together, and pulled the best parts out of it. Goodra is an amazing mon in rain. Hydration. It is defensive and thick. With an... You can't rest with an assault vest, I just realized that. But it is extremely defensive. It can take hazards in the rain, or take statuses in the rain, and then heal at the very next turn. It can rest and wake up that turn with the rain. It's just a very, very good mon inside of rain. Very, very good mon inside of rain. Gligar. So Gliscor goes down. Here comes Gligar. Gligar is basically Gliscor Light. It doesn't have the Toxic Heal, so it doesn't have that recovery. But it does get the Eviolite, which makes it very, very bulky, and then it does the same things that Gligar does. Or Gliscor does. It's just a cheaper Gliscor, basically. Sylveon. So Fairy Steel Dragon Core gets its first part in Sylveon. Sylveon can set up and pass curses. Sylveon can wish. It's got Pixelate, so it can make Hyper Voice. Stab fairy type to go through your subs. Sylveon is just a very, very good fairy type, and can be nightmarish at times. Also can baton pass to, like, pass curse boost or something. Like, if he one thought curse boosting into Sharpedo. Curse, get your attack up, get your defense up. Baton pass into Sharpedo, you get the speed boost on the Protect, and now you're +1 defense, +1 attack, neutral speed with Sharpedo, and then you can either you can take a hit, get the speed boost, and then Mega, and then just go to town. That actually can be very, very Calm Mind Special Shark. Yeah, get Calm Mind into Sharpedo, Special Shark. That'd be interesting. Although I think that curse set might actually be something. That could be a scary thing for the Togekiss to try. Leafeons, Empoleon. Empoleon is a very good rocker. I've used Empoleon. I like it as a rocker. It also has Defog. Defiant to stop opposing Defoggers. It's a good water type. Good water, good steel, good typing all around. And a very reliable rocker, which is something that this team really needed, was a good, reliable rocker and a good, reliable defogger, so Pidgeot didn't have to do it. Seismitoad for the Metang. Seismitoad can be a very good mon with that water absorb ability, or Poison Touch. It can be bulky if need be. I know Shadow has it in might still have it in PCF, I don't remember off the top of my head. But if it's on Shadow's PCF team, it's probably bulky. Gliscor is getting Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is one of those stupidly fast mons. It has pressure. It's got great coverage. Very, very high attack stat. Very, very high speed stat. Another stealth rocker for Swampert and Nihilego to not have all the problems. Another defogger, so Rodon is not alone. A nerve to prevent berries. Thank you for reminding me of that, Shadow. But pressure is also very good as well. It gets Pursuit. Okay, so it's a Pursuit Trapper. Has great coverage because it has all the Elemental Fangs, as well as access to Dragon Claw to catch Dragon types that want to try and switch in on it. That sort of thing. Arrow is just a very, very good mon, and is a very nice mon in Tier 3. This is where I disagree with APA, because APA put Arrow in Tier 4. And I don't think it's a Tier 4 mon. I still think it's Tier 3. Linoon, set up and sweep, boys. Set up and sweep. Belly Drum Linoon and go. Linoon has great coverage in Play Rough and Seed Bomb. Also has Stomping Tantrum to do a lot of damage. But yeah, Gluttony, Iapapa, just sweep with Linoon. Very, very good mon. Plus it has extreme speed for priority +6. Shadow Claw, thank you for reminding me of Shadow Claw as well. Because that, you can get a +6 crit and just break teams. Because then you can't have a ghost type check in on Linoon because of Shadow Claw. Alolan Muck for the Trailblazerkins. Alolan Muck is a very good defensive mon. Now Trick Room actually becomes a thing on this team. You could have Trick Room with Reuniclus and Alolan Muck. Alolan Muck can be very good defensively. It can set up curses and just become stupidly defensive. It can run Assault Vest. It can be Poison Touch. I loved using in APA Season 1. I loved using Alolan Muck because I kept getting the Poison Touch Pursuits, the Poison Touch Knockoffs, and the Poison Touch, like, I think those are where I got my Poison Touch. I might have gotten a Poison Touch off of an Ice Punch, something like that. I love getting Poison Touches from Muck. It's just really, it's a good mon. It's a little too much on the defensive side for me, but on this team with Trick Room, it becomes very scary. Granbull for the Agrons. So not only do they have stupid bulk, they now have 2 Intimidate mons to basically shut down. This is looking like Savage's Season 1 team. Stupid bulky, dual Intimidators, shut it down type of thing. But Granbull is a very good mon with the Intimidate. It's a good low tier fairy type. It does have quick feet, so if it gets statused, its speed jumps through the roof. It's also slow, though. Garen really could use a Trick Room setter at this point, because his team would be very good under Trick Room. But that Intimidate plus 120 attack stat is just going to be very good. And it can function as a cleric, because it does have access to Heal Bell, courtesy of XD, I think, is where it got that. Because in XD, they made everything like a cleric. Primarina is Superior. Superior is another one of those beautiful mons that can just set itself up. You give it specs, leaf storms, it can just set up with Contrary. It can just set up and set up and set up and set up and set up. You could also not specs it and just let it set up and set up and set up and then Depulse or HP or whatever. It has Defog, so it's another mon that can defog. It can be an offensive one with Coil or a Swords Dance set. Swords Dance knockoff, I think, destroyed A-Drive in a league battle one time. That also could be dangerous, and Superior is just a very good snake. And now the Weaviles, I did say Weaviles, have committed themselves to Sand. Excadrill plus T-Tar, Sand offensive. This is going to be very interesting to deal with. Especially with Rotom. This is why I love the Rotom Wash pick so much, because it gives them a check to those rock types, to those ground types that just want to come in and abuse things. They need a grass type. They really do. They really need a grass type. But Excadrill with webs and T-Tar just becomes a Sand offensive team that just runs through teams. Defending champs go with Snorlax. I predict Curselax. I smell a Curselax coming. Just, it makes too much sense. Curselax plus Magearna Trick Room, and Victini Trick Room. It makes too much sense, because Victini gets faster in Trick Room the more you V-create. I just smell Trick Room coming from this team at some point. They did follow it up with Nasty Bat. Crobat is exactly that. It's Nasty Bat. It sets up. It can defog. It can Tailwind. It can just do a lot. That's why they call it Nasty Bat. It just sets up and it's very nasty. I started looking Nasty Bat up on accident. Crobat, it has Infiltrator, so it can break through. It does have that inner focus, so it can't be flinched by fake outs. It can still get off its nasty plot. 130 speed makes it blazing fast. It can U-turn, it roosts, it taunts, it's a fast taunter. Just very nasty, very good mon. Before I get tagged in. Oh, just shadow tagging in PCF, but matches need to get played. Okay, mine's already played, Shadow. You saw that. Frostlass here. Frostlass is a good suicide lead to get spikes up, to help whittle things down for Excadrill to sweep and T-Tar to sweep. Destiny Bond to take out a threat. Yeah, it's a good suicide lead to get up spikes, and I can't remember what else Frostlass does. I just remember it's a suicide lead. Curse Body to disable, 110 speed, Taunt, Willow, Destiny Bond. That's it. That's what I was trying to remember. Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, Destiny Bond. Willow Hex is a very good combo. Curse Body. It's a suicide lead, basically, is what it is. It's to get up a layer of spikes. Primarina's Alomomola. I'm not even going to talk about this mon. I hate this mon so much. It's stupid, it's bulky, it's a regen Wish Passer. I hate you, Alomomola. Screw off. Mega Lopunny. Okay. Maybe I should have shut up and not told the Agrons I needed some offense. Mega Lopunny is dangerously scary on this team. Mega Lopunny with Fake Out and that huge 405 speed is what it tops out at. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt really bad. I've used Mega Lopunny. I know it hurts. Oh, that's just scary to pair with Crook and Gramble. Like, Crook comes in, or Gramble comes in, threatens your fighting type, drops its attack, and then Lopunny can come right back in, and you just keep doing that all over and over and over again. In the meantime, Lopunny fakes you out and kills you. Lopunny can set up and Baton Pass agilities, which would make Celesteela very dangerous, which would make a lot of his team very, very dangerous. Agility, Baton Pass, and Gramble, scary. Mega Lopunny is a very, very good money. Very, very good bunny, very good Mega. Mega Lopunny, Steel Apex. Super gross. Chestnut for the Blazekins. I know what Chestnut does, I just don't remember off the top of my head. I know it sets up spikes. Bulletproof. It's physically defensive, so it takes hits. Spiky shield. Recovers with synthesis. Spikes, wood hammer, drain punch, synthesis, rocky helmet, lefties. Dies to a flying type move, but Kyurem could care less about flying type. Yeah, seeds, leech seed, that sort of thing. It's an Polytron sub Salic. Okay, Shadow, if you're like really hot on those berries right now, like you really, really love you some berries. Like now that Cutsif and that are legal again. Gardevoir, Savali. Savali is a beautiful mon. You basically have every type you want. You can have coverage out the wazoo with this thing. It's a beautiful mon. It's got great pivoting. It can U-turn. It can parting shot. It can defog. It's got coverage at multi-attack plus a plate. It's got the coverage you need. Your team's weak to fire, you bring Savali fire. Your opponent is weak to this, you bring Savali that. Savali is just a really nice mon. It's a very good mon, pairs very nicely. It'll allow him to get into Coco, into Latios. Coco and Savali make good U-turn partners. The Enshao as well. It's a good mon. Does a lot of very, very nice things for the Gardevoirs. Licky Licky and the Derp Tongue for the Gliscors. Licky Licky is going to come in handy versus the Rain and the Sand teams because of that Cloud 9 ability. Bulk up. What is it? Bulk up. Rollout, or no, Defense Curl rollout makes it really good. It's a very good Wish Passer with that 110 HP. Very good Cleric with Heal Bell. It can Dragon Tail things out that try to come in and set up on it, knock off. Decent coverage. It's a very, 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 very good Wish Passer for its tier. Shadow's going nuts over. He's like, belly drum cuts up at explosion. It's time. Shadow, go for it. I will be sure to check into a ghost type on that. Matang's bringing Mega Hera. I am not a big fan of Mega Hera. I know Skill Link is very, very good. This is actually a tier 2 Mega, and that was a mistake on my part because I left it in tier 2, or I moved it down to tier 2. But you don't have to Mega first turn, so you can be Guts Boost Heracross. No, you can't, because you can't carry a Flame Orb. You can be Moxie Heracross and then jump into Mega Evolve, so Heracross kills something in its base form, then gets the +1 attack, comes in at +1 attack, which is our +1 on the 185 Mega Hera, and just runs shop. It is going to be scary, and it was my fault. My bad for letting Heracross stay in tier 2, even though it can Moxie boost. That's like Gyarados being allowed in tier 2 with Moxie. So Mega Hera gonna do some work, probably, with that Moxie boost. Raichu. This was a snipe in my original plan. I still think it's a snipe. I would have loved to have used Raichu. Raichu is a good tier 5 electric. It's fast, it can set up with Nasty Plot, and it works. It does work, and it fits nicely on this team because it has Lightning Rod as well, which Pidgeot will appreciate if Zygarde doesn't want to come, and Polion will appreciate it if Zygarde doesn't want to come. Why does this slide say a certain mod is on this team? Never mind, I'm not going to point it out. Moving on. Druddigon. Druddigon is a nice dragon type for tier 4. I don't know if it's really the best one to use on this team, especially with the fact that Garchomp hasn't been drafted yet. Garchomp would have been very, very nice on this team. I think it would have been a better dragon type. Druddigon is it's a nice defensive mon. I mean, it's got Rough Skin, Rocky Helmet with 90s in its defense. It can be a very good wall breaker with Sheer Force Life Orb at 120 attack. It's got Mold Breaker, so it can threaten things there. It can D-Dance and set up. It's a Stealth Rocker, Dragon Tail to phase. Like, it's not terrible, but I think the fact that Garchomp is still on the board, Garchomp probably would have fit this team a lot better. And so maybe Garchomp would be the way to go with this one. Murkrow taking Roserade. Roserade is nice because it can absorb T-Spikes. It can set spikes of its own. It's Technician boosted on the hidden powers, as well as just everything around. Yeah, but Spare. You dropped Chomp before the window closed, so Matthias could have picked up Chomp. Because Spare originally instead of Victini, Spare originally drafted Garchomp. But Matthias definitely needs Garchomp. I think Garchomp would be great for his team. Dragoon, Florges. Florges is stupidly bulky and a very good Wish Passer. Very good Wish Passer, very stupidly bulky. Gives him that fairy type to pair with Ferrothorn. Matthias, I'll talk to you after the stream. I'm sure there's a way to make Garchomp work. Pyroar is right back to the well again with Cobalion. Cobalion, similar to its brethren in Virizion, Keldeo, and Terrakion, prevent knockoff spam for Horrible Seth, because you're going to give that thing a +1 boost. It can set up with Swords Dance and Rock Polish. It's just a very, very nasty mon. I don't care for it, but it can do work. It's also a very reliable Stealth Rock setter. Very good mon. Speed tiers are a issue for the Pyroars. That's all I'm going to say. Hydreigon, Staraptor, Nicky, I know Bird Box just came out, but we don't need a bird challenge, dude. You got Minior, you got Thunderous, you got Staraptor. How many more flying types do you need? Like, legit. This is getting ridiculous. Staraptor is a great mon. It really is. It's an Intimidate user. It's got the ability to U-turn out. It's a very good banded mon because of the fact that it has Reckless. 120 attack is nothing to joke about. It can be a very good Scarfer. Just, it has Final Gamut, Defog, Tailwind, Close Combat. Like, it's a good mon, but you have Thundy, and you have Minior. How many more flying types do you need? Bird challenge accepted. Mono Bird. I took Nidoking. Nidoking successfully basically 6-0'd me. I think it 5-0'd me. I don't remember. Shadow will have to remind me because that was him that did it. Did Nidoking 6-0 me, 5-0 me? I don't remember. Nidoking just had a very big game against me. Sheer Force Life Orb. Nidoking is great. It's another rocker to help. It did 6-0 me. Alright, it did 6-0 me. So it's on my team now because it's 6-0 me. It absorbs T-Spikes. It can set rocks itself. For Gliscor, not having to constantly have to carry Stealth Rocks. It's a good mon. 85 speed, not bad. But Sheer Force, Life Orb, Nidoking, or Scarf King can just do damage. So, Clem, Tauros. Tauros is a very fast mon, very fast Intimidator. It can do some very good work. I'm trying to find it here. Does have Sheer Force, Life Orb, and Intimidate. Also has Anger Point again to jack that up on the hit if it's hit by crit. Good coverage. It can run special if need be. Not recommended. But Sheer Force, Life Orb just really, really helps it run through teams pretty nicely. Plus, it's an Intimidator. Bronzor. Why did Bronzor go before Bronzong? I don't know. Probably because that's how the way the draft works, and I didn't think to move Bronzor down before Bronzong. Bronzor, discount Bronzong. I don't know what Bronzor does. Like, legit. I don't know what it does. Coming back around, I grabbed Torn Eye, Prankster, Tailwind, Prankster Default. I can't remember why else I grabbed Torn. Yeah, Prankster, Defog, Prankster, whatever, 111 speed, 125 special attack, makes it a nightmare, 115 attack. Life Orb is very good. That Prankster Defog, Prankster Tailwind, Prankster Bulk Up if I wanted to run on a physical side. Good Z Captain, decent coverage options. Prankster Agility if I wanted to get super, super fast. But yeah, this thing can set up, guarantees to get us set up for sure. Yes, Clem, we are both still disrespecting the Bronzor. It just doesn't make sense. Nikki grabbing Darmanitan. Okay, it's not a bird. Cool. Sheer Force Life Orb Darmanitan does work. Scarfed Darmanitan does work. I used Darmanitan in EPA, not successfully, but it does work. I remember Darmanitan being very good last season. It was on the kill leaderboard with Torn. Darmanitan can do work, and it should do very nicely, and it gives this Firewater Grass Core the completion that it was looking for in Venusaur, Keldeo, and Darmanitan. God damn it, Torn, why? Why do you keep doing this? Zapdos. Zapdos is another legendary bird. It's got static. It can set up Tailwind. It can defog. It has Heat Wave. Pressure, 100 speed, 125 Special attack. Torn just has terrible speed coverage right now. It can roost, it can defog. Good reliable recovery. Solid defensive threat. Can carry HP Ice for Lando. Can Volt Switch in and out. It's another frickin' legendary on this team. Piloswine. Why did Piloswine go before Mamoswine? I'll never know. Piloswine is a very good mon, very good lower tier mon. Give it the Eviolite and it can do some work. Very nice stealth rocker, very reliable stealth rocker. It's Mamoswine Light, basically. There's the Bulu. So Savage officially has Heatran Bulu. Savage also kind of messed me up because I should have just left Kira Black alone. But I gave him Bulu. You're welcome, Savage. Bulu plus Heatran plus Terrakion plus Necrozma plus Mega Altaria equals very bad time. This is like a nightmare of a team. Again, Savage builds a nightmare of a team. This team is no bueno. I don't like it. I should never have let Heatran Bulu become a thing, but I did. Oops. There's Mamoswine. Matthias loves Mamoswine. Mamoswine is a good rocker. You put a choice band on this thing and it's going to break through walls. You put Life Orb, it also breaks through walls. It's a very, very good mon. Very, very offensive pressure for a mon. Sets up its rocks and just, good night, you're gone. Hit you with choice banded stone. Uxie, so this is the accidental mon that I put up there. Late night typing, that's what happens. Uxie, similar to Azelf and Nesprit, I know it's got Levitate. It's not as fast as Azelf, but it's stupidly defensive. Like 130 defense, 130 special defense. Good Trick Room setter. Stealth Rocket Kamamento. It's just, it's a bulky mon. Like, very bulky mon. And it's a Stealth Rock setter. It gives Entei an out in case Pidgeot can't come for a match. It gives Entei an out for Levitate and EQ. Matthias, what's wrong with Mamoswine? Did I not give Mamoswine enough love? Mamoswine is a very good mon, and I know you love Mamoswine. Like, Mamoswine is one of those mons that you enjoy. It's a great wall breaker. I know you enjoy it. Like, Mamoswine, I think, was on your Season 1 team too, wasn't it? It's a very good mammoth. Tangs, Alolan Raticate. A second. Faticate. Guts boosted Faticate. Guts boosted. Fear the Raticate. Yeah. Raticate is a good decent tier 5 wall breaker, but I think it's way too early for Raticate to come off the board at this point. Gliscor, Breloom, you're gonna put us all to sleep and then kill us with Technician boosted moves, basically. Technician priority Mach Punch, Technician priority Bullet Punch, Drain Punch, it's for Seeds. It's just, Breloom's a nightmare to deal with at times. It dies to an HP flying. It dies to a flying thing. But it can be very annoying with that prankster ability, or Technician. It is Poison Heal as well, so if it needs to be defensive and take a poison, it will. But 130 attack is just amazing. It's basically Kartana light, kind of, as far as offensive grass types go. Swords Dance Mach Punch with the Life Orb and Technician, Swords Dance Bullet Seed with Life Orb Technician, Spore to put things to sleep. It's gonna set up and sweep on somebody. Or set up and put big holes in somebody. Gardevoirs, Incineroar, ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah, ever since I saw someone name their Incineroar, and I actually think that was Savage that named it Incineroar. Now that I think about it, I cannot think of Incineroar without thinking of John Cena. So whoever did that, thank you. That is now permanently stuck in my mind, and I think I just dropped my... I'm not looking at OBS, I might have dropped back too far for my camera to see me. Incineroar is a good Intimidate mon. It really is. It's a good Assault Vest user. It can abuse Z crystals. It's a nice mon. I like it as an Intimidate user. I got Megazard. I'd rather have Megazard than Incineroar for my Fire type, but Incineroar will do pretty well in what it needs to do for its job. Palossand. I have no idea what Palossand does. Other than it has water compaction. Stupid slow. 110 defense, 110 special. Water compaction. If it's hit by a water type move, its defense goes up. Is that what that is? Yeah, defense goes up 2 stages. So it becomes a defensive one. Stealth Rocks and Shore Up. Yeah, so that looks like it. That's what it is. It's a Stealth Rock setter with Shore Recovery. And, like, nasty defense. Palossand for you folks. Hitmonchan, Rapid Spin, and Iron Fist boosting, basically. This thing can spin out hazards and then Choice Band Iron Boosts. Iron Fist boosting its punch moves. Another good offensive mon for Tier 5. Hitmonlee's still on the board, might have gone Hitmonlee instead. Because I think Hitmonlee is the best of the 3 Hitmons. And then probably Top and Chan are tied. Vileplume. Vileplume is stupidly defensive at times. Sap Sipper is a broken move against physical threats. This thing can sponge up those T-spikes, spore things to sleep. I don't think what else I remember from Vileplume. Vileplume. Effect Spore, it can Chlorophyll in the sun for speed. It's 110 special attack, which makes it a special threat. It has Moonlight. Oh, and it gets Moonblast. I forgot it does have Moonblast as a niche, like random coverage move that it gets Moonblast. I don't know. I think Serp's better. I don't see why Vileplume's on this team, but Serp is probably there. Top is good with Intimidate. Yeah, it is, but its move pool sucks compared to Lee and Chan. Electros for the Weaviles. I have used Electros. I love Electros. Electros helps deal with those bulky water types as well. It has good coverage. It can break bulky teams as well because it has access to Super Fang. I've used Electros to deal with Mega Aggron a lot. It's a good Volt Switcher, good special attacker, has great coverage, has Energy Ball, Flamethrower, has Aqua Tail on the physical side. It's a very good pivot mon, very nice pivot mon. Very good electric type for the tier. Did I say Pyroars again or did I say Weaviles? I honestly don't know. Gastrodon, another very thick mon. Gastrodon is very, very defensively thick. Storm Drain allows it to absorb water hits. Sand Force will be very good against the Sand team. Sticky Hold to keep its item. But yeah, it's HP defense and that. Its only weakness is Grass, which Scissor and Victini both handle with ease. Storm Drain helps Victini out. It's got Recover. It's a defensive nightmare at times. I have faced these things and I could not beat it on Toxic Stall. I couldn't even beat it with Toxic Stall, and that's not allowed in this league, so Gastro is going to be very, very annoying. Followed up by Shuckle. Kids, don't fuckle with a Shuckle. You do not fuckle with a Shuckle. Shuckle is stupidly defensive. I think it's like 230 something defense, whereas its attack is like 5. No, its attack's 10, its special attack's 10, its speed is 5. But 230 defense, 230 special defense. It does have contrary, so if you want to lower your attack, you end up boosting it. It's got sturdy, so you're guaranteed to get some form of hazards up. It's got webs, it's got rocks, it can encore, it can trap you with infestation. It's super, super annoying. I have this sick feeling in my stomach that Spare brings a power trip Shuckle. A rock polish power trip Shuckle. Power trick Shuckle. That would be pretty scary and pretty funny, to be perfectly honest. Level Landorus, level 1. Stealth Rock, Sticky Web, Sturdy, Berry Juice. Alrighty. Spare, Power Trip. Or Power Trick, Rock Polish. Rock Polish like 3 times your base 5 speed can get you to maybe like level with level 100 or base 100 mons. Just Rock Polish a few times. Then Power Trick and just sweep. That would be funny. Shuckle will be the tier 4 MVP if it gets a sweep. Claydol. Another mon that I've used. It's a good hazard control mon with Stealth Rocks and Rapid Spin. It actually has really, really good coverage. It has Ice Beam, Stone Edge. It's actually a decent mon. Like, it's a good for low tier hazards. It's a very good mon for low tier hazard control. Plus, it'll appreciate T-Char's sand boost, unless I'm stupid and thinking ground types get a boost from sand again. Probably am. It's probably only rock, and I'm just stupid for thinking that again. Also, another levitate mon, so if Rotom Wash doesn't want to come, this thing can come instead. Why? I don't know. Rotom Wash is probably the one that needs to come instead. You still need a grass type, Damien. Like, legit, you still need a bulky grass type. To deal with those water types that are going to want to come against you. Shell Smash, Toxic, Rest Talk. I'm pretty sure that would violate the Toxic Stall rules, Spare. If you Toxic and then Rest on it. You could Shell Smash Power Trick. That'd be interesting too. But yeah, if you Toxic and then Rest in front of it, and continue to Toxic and Rest until it dies, that will be Toxic Stall. Aromatisse. Here is another good Trick Room setter, and another Wish Passer. Mew can Wish Pass by default, Alomomola and Aromatisse both can Wish Pass. Why do you need 3 Wish Passers, Spies? Why? Agrons now have Salazzle. Nobody is safe from a Merciless Toxapex at this point, because Salazzle with Corrosion means you can drop a Toxic on a Steel type, and then Toxapex can cripple, or can crit hit that Steel type. Why did Gearin draft double poison other than to use Merciless? Like, legit. Merciless Pex is going to get a sweep at some point, just because it's going to get... Someone's going to bring a Steel type, think, okay, we kill Salazzle. Yeah, you kill Salazzle, you're safe, but we're going to bring a Steel type. Toxapex can't T-Spike Merciless us. We're fine. In comes Salazzle and Toxic's your butt. And then Merciless Toxapex just sweeps. I want to see it. I really want to see a Merciless Toxapex sweep. That'd be really funny. Plus, Salazzle is one of those things that was still on the board that could really threaten Celesteela, and now it's gone. So this also gives him a very good special setup sweeper for offense. This is a very scary team. It's actually built very, very well in my mind. Trailblazerkin's Ambipom. Shadow, what the hell does Ambipom do? Like, legit, what does Ambipom do? I have no idea. I know it's got Technician and Skill Link and 115 speed, but what the hell does it do? Fake out, knock off, U-turn. And those are all Technician boosted, aren't they? Skill Link, tail span, Skill Link, tail slap, Technician, Choice Band. Ah, I see what this thing does now. Okay, I get it. I get what Ambipom does. I see what you do, Ambipom. You don't scare me. Interesting. Okay, we'll see what Ambipom does. Kamala is very, very nice because it takes hazard, or it takes status as like a champ. It can only be put to sleep. It's a good rapid spinner. It is on the slower side. If you wanted to go Trick Room, you now have Incineroar and Kamala on that side of the field, speed-wise. Kamala has great coverage. It's got Wood Hammer. It's got Play Rough. Kamala. 115 attack is very good. It's got good speed def. Assault Vest with like rapid spin return. It can U-turn. It can sucker punch. It's a good lower tier spin or mid tier spinner type of thing. I need my chat back. I lost my chat box. Where'd my chat box go? There you are. Did I?
Yo, check it.
I said Skill Link Technician boosted Choice Band, didn't I? I'm stupid. Whatever. Moving on, Spare. Golisopod for the Gliscors. Golisopod has that terrible ability in emergency exit that forces them out. Otherwise, it's actually a pretty decent mon. With that 125 attack, 140 defense, 40 or 90 speed def. It's very bulky, very offensive. It's just too bad that it has emergency exit. It can set spikes. You can run Banded if you want for Banded First Impression, Banded Liquidation, Banded Aqua Jets, Priority. It's just that emergency exit ability that just really hurts it. Tang, Zarina, no priority for you with that Queen Majesty. Zarina is actually a very good mon. Trot Kick to automatically drop your opponent's attack. It's a rapid spinner, synthesis, set seeds. It's a very, very nice mon, plus no priority in Queenly Majesty. It also has access to high jump. Toxicroak. Toxicroak can set up nasty plots very, very quickly. Toxicroak has Poison Touch, so you can get poison off, 106 attack, 86 special attack is pretty good. Life Orb, Swords Dance set, has Sucker Punch, it does get nasty fire, I might think of the wrong one. No, it does have nasty plot, so it could be a special side with nasty plot. But mainly having that Poison Touch is going to be nice. Swords Dance Gunk Shot with a Life Orb. Swords Dance Sucker Punch and get the poison off the Sucker Punch would be great. That'd be funny. Yeah, I know that Zarina can rapid spin. Bastiodon. Matthias, why Bastiodon? I know it has sturdy, and I know it has metal sound. I know it's a rocker, but why Bastiodon, of all things? Like, sturdy, I know sturdy. It's 138 the def and 168 defense, so it's a defense of 90. But why? Yeah, why? Okay, so Stealth Rock plus Sturdy plus Metal Burst. Plus it's a skill test. Okay. So you're filling out your Fairy Steel Dragon Core. Got it. Stupidly defensive. Guaranteed cell drop. Or guaranteed to kill something with Metal Burst. Trying to get as many different types as possible. Okay, I understand it. Fat Cat Illusion, Alolan Persian, great momentum mon. It can parting shot around, technician boost. Fur coat makes it very good defensively. All in all, just a very solid mon for tier 4. Solid dark type for lower tiers. P2, Porygon 2, Eviolite Abuser. Now we have Piloswine and Porygon 2. Porygon 2 can do everything Porygon Z can, but slightly better in my mind, which is why they're ranked in the same tier. They're both tier 3. That adaptability, the download, analytic are all really good. The one, oh no, it doesn't have, yeah, it does. Analytic, it doesn't have adaptability. That's PZ I was looking at. P2. 105 special attack is good. Analytic with its slow speed also makes it very good. Good on bulky offense. With Recover, it can spread T-Waves. It's got Ice Beam, Thunderbolt. Just, it's a very bulky, annoying mon. Scrafty. Finally, we get away from the legendaries. Venomoth and Scrafty have got to be looking around like, what the hell are we doing on this team? Well, legendaries, what are we doing here? Scrafty's actually a very good mon. I want to use it someday in League. I've used Scraggy and Middle Cup, and Scraggy and Middle Cup is very, very good. This thing can D-Dance its setup on you very, very quickly. It can D-Dance once, and then if it's Moxie, it does what every other setup sweeper with Moxie does. It just blows through your team very, very quickly. It's also a good Intimidator. It is incredibly defensive with an Assault Vest on it. It does not like fairy types. It does have Shed Skin, as Matthias just pointed out. So it can take poisons and that, and just like toss them off if they were nothing. Yeah, it's a good setup sweeper. Gets you something slow, because your team is, like, really, really bad with speed. Your Trick Room's gonna run over your team. Noivern. God damn it, Nikki. Why? Why with the flying types? Minior, Noivern, Thundurus, Staraptor. Why? That's 4. Why do you need 4 flying types? Are you just doing the mono bird thing? Just to be funny? I don't know. It's whatever. Noivern's a decent mon. I never had any success with it. It's fast, and it is a very good choice specs of the year. It has U-turn. Another Super Fanger. I don't know. It's... I don't know what to say, Nikki. You got so many flying types on this team. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to do here. We'll see how the draft pans out. Jellicent. Okay, so Charizard needs things that can break rock types. Kartana can do that with ease. Charizard needs something to break ground types. Kartana can do that with ease. Charizard needs something to break, or needs bulky water to absorb hits. Absorb some hits for it. That's where Jellicent comes in. Jellicent is a very bulky water. It has access to recover. It can toss willows. It can spin block to keep hazards on my opponent's side of the field. It gives me a ghost type. It's just a very nice bulky water type that I was sorely lacking and now have looking down in tier 4, which I had to start looking at lower tiers because I kind of used up all my upper tier stuff. Drapion. Drapion is a very good dark poison type. For the tier, it can set up with Swords Dance. It's got good coverage in Aqua Tail and Aqua Tail. I know there's something else, I'm just not thinking of it. 110 defense, good speed here. It does have the sniper ability, so it can be a better chance of crits. Battle armor is also very nice. Can be a good choice banner with knockoff. Pursuit Trapper, Poison Jab. It sucks up T-spikes. It can set up Swords Dance with like Water Z. acupressure to randomly boost 2 stages to something. Earthquake, Fire Fang, Poison Fang, that sort of thing. We can do a lot of different things. We get T-Spikes, that's the thing. T-Spikes. It does get T-Spikes, so now you have a Toxic Spike setter. Yeah, and you're now like 3 hazards, that's about it. Bronzong, Skarmory, and Drapion is it for hazards. And nothing for the default outside of Skarmory, really. Hazard control is going to be a problem for the Weedles. I say that, and then they get Decidueye, which Decidueye can be a very, very bulky mon as well. It has access to Roost, it can Brave Bird all over you, Spirit Shackle to trap things. You're right, Laddie does get Defog. I forgot, Laddie had Defog. Yeah, Laddie gets Defog, I forgot. Long Reach and Overgrowth are the 2 abilities on this thing. Spadef at 100 is pretty good. Special attack at 100, attack at 107. Set up with a Swords Dance set. You can put up a sub. Has the ability to U-turn. It's a pretty good mod all around. Reliable recovery. Back to me, Vikavolt. Give me another Levitate. Or give me a Levitate mon, that way Charizard doesn't take those EQs if Torn can't come or Gliscor can't come for some reason. Vikavolt, once it sets up an agility, can get going pretty easily. It's a decent Z-Captain. It's got good coverage in both Energy Ball and can't think of the other thing. But yeah, you set this up with an agility, which it could do behind Veil. It's gonna go ballistic pretty quickly. I've seen A-Drive use it pretty decently, so we'll see how well it does. It can go ballistic. Also gives me an electric type, which I was kind of missing. Nikki! God damn it, why? Why, Nikki, why? 5 flying types. Do you just want to die to ice and rock types? Like, legit, what are you doing here, man? Honchkro's really nice. They don't call it Dirty Bird for no reason. It's a good mon. You get Moxie boosts and you sweep. But why? I don't understand, Nikki. Get rid of some flying types, dude. You are way too flying weak, or flying heavy. Like legit. Is it because you're trying to carry Venusaur? Is it just because Venusaur is that fat that you need 5 flying types to fly with it? I don't get it, man. Oh look, Ninjask. Torn, why do you need Ninjask? Are you just trying to make Scrafty faster? Like, legit, why are you speed passing? You have way too much speed already. Your speed tiers are all messed up as it is. You have so many base 100 110s. Why do you need Ninjask? You're just asking for Trick Room at this point. Ninjask is good. It can baton pass speed. It helps slower threats get faster. Scrafty will appreciate the speed boost. But Scrafty also likes to dance on its own. Venomoth appreciates the speed boost, but Venomoth also likes to Quiver Dance on its own. You ever have that piece of popcorn? Not quite there yet. You ever have that piece of popcorn that just goes down the wrong pipe and then it just screws you up? Yeah, that's what happened there. Anyways, Torn, I don't know what you're doing with speed into Tail Glow Manaphy. Yes, that's a GG, but still, just Z Rain Dance and then Tail Glow. Same thing. Pelipper. There's your rain setter, ladies and gents. Pelipper is a good rain setter. I don't know which is better, Politoed or Pelipper. It's a debate that I usually go Politoed, or not Politoed, I usually go Pelipper. But Sometimes I've seen Polytoad do just as well. Pelipper is a very good assault vest user. It's a defogger. Has Ice Beam. Hurricanes Never Miss. Scald, also a good move on it. Pelipper is just, it has the U-turn to pivot out, so it can set the rain, pivot into Swampert immediately, or Torn, or Goodra. This just finishes off the rain team very, very nicely, as far as meeting its rain setter. Dusclops. Dusclops is a very good Eviolite abuser, just like Gligar is. Has pressure, can frisk, very, very defensive. Like, you put that Eviolite on it and it just becomes stupidly bulky. It cannot die if it's a rest talk set. Has good coverage in Blizzard. Those have access to Brick Break and Bulldoze, can set up Calm Minds, can counter, can Destiny Bond, disable. Just, it can do a lot of different things. Has access to Haze, drop a Willow and Hex. It's a good Eviolite abuser. That's what it is. Malamar. Malamar is a very good contrary abuser. Especially with like superpower. Dark Psychic type is a good combo. Hoopa U has that same typing. By the way, why didn't Hoopa U get drafted? Hoopa U went undrafted. It was this year's Zygarde. Hoopa U and Garchomp both go undrafted. After Hoopa U was banned last season, I let it in this season. After I realized it wasn't as big of an issue. But Malamar is a very good setup sweeper as well, with Contrary and Superpower. Yeah, it just does not appreciate U-turns. Titanol. There's another bulky Eviolite abuser. I can't remember what Battle Armor ability does off the top of my head. Is that the one that prevents crits? It's base 95 except for its speed, so it's got decent... Yeah, cannot be struck by crit. Base 95 is everywhere except speed, so it's a very good stats outside of its speed. Give it the Eviolite, it can U-turn, it can rest, sleep talk, return. It's just extremely, extremely bulky is the main thing. It's a defensive bulky pivot. That's what it is. Seeing a lot of bulky defensive Eviolite abusers go here. Gyarados. Moxie setup Gyarados. Intimidate Gyarados. Gyarados is just a very good Mon. In general, slow-ish. Like, not blazing fast, but it does work. It gives you a water type, which was outside of Seismitoad needed. Yeah, Gyarados, I'm trying to think, like, it's a good Z Crystal abuser. If I could spell Gyarados, I really need to learn how to spell Gyarados. I'm terrible at spelling Gyarados. Intimidate Moxie. 125 attack is just, it can D-Dance set up itself as well. Fly Z for the bounce with Moxie. Earthquake, Taunt, Waterfall. Set up subs. Just don't have that ability to Mega and not die to electric type attacks. Gliscor is taking Gardevoir. Gardevoir is a very nice Psychic Steel type, a Psychic Fairy type. It can Wish Pass. It can set up on its own with Calm Mind. Trying to think if I missed anything else with Gardevoir. Synchronized to bounce statuses, or return statuses, trace to steal. Abilities, copy abilities, that's what I meant to say. 115 Spadef just makes it very good as a Spadef wall. Healing Wish with it. Yeah, and it can set up on its own. So it's a good, good special wall, basically. Speaking of the Gardevoirs who missed out on their pick, they take Klefki. Klefki gives you Prankster T-Wave, Prankster Spikes, Prankster... I don't remember if this thing gets rocks or not. Clef Key, do you get rocks? I don't think so. Prankster Spikes, Prankster T-Waves, can play rough, D-Gleam, Prankster Calm Minds to get set up. It's a defogger. It can heal with Draining Kiss. Flash Cannon, it can foul play. Prankster Iron Defenses if it wants to set up. Prankster Screens, get those up as well. Yeah, it's basically your typical Prankster abuser. It's gonna abuse whatever it can with Prankster. It pranksters and abuses. Like, you get up double screens for Coco or Lottie, or double screens for Linoon, and you're in a world of pain. Kabutops. I don't understand why Kabutops is on this team. This is like a remnant from the Rain War, because at one point the Blazekins drafted Kabutops just to screw with the two Rain teams being Savage and Dragoon before Savage gave up. Oh no, Savage also was going Rain as well. Savage, Clem, and... yeah, Savage, Clem, and Dragoon were all going Rain, so I think he just took Kabutops to muck with them. I mean, Kabutops is a Stealth Rock setter. It can do stuff outside of Rain, and it can Rapid Spin, but it just doesn't fit on this team in my mind. Lycanroc Day, so now you have Priority in Rock. Again, the Focus Sash, Swords Dance, Priority, Accelerock set. Does everything that Lycanroc Dusk does, just not as good. And this thing will abuse the sand when it goes up against the Sandstorm team. Because of, I think it's Sand Rush or Sand Force, one of the two sand abilities Lycanroc gets. Audino. Okay, what the hell, Spies? Like, you're taking all the Wish Passers. Hey, Matt. Long time no see. Been a while. You got 3 Wish Passers. Nikki has 3 birds. Why do you need Wish Passers? I know it has Healer. It also gets Regen. So now it has 2 Wish Passing Regeners. It's never going to die. This is a case where I would allow you to Toxic Alomomola and Audino just to get rid of them. How are things going, by the way, Matt? How are you? Because, like, you left the server, you left streaming. I haven't seen you in Deathly's server at all. You doing alright? Sorry, for those of you on YouTube that are seeing this. Team Matt, he's the guy that I met in the DSL and was part of the Weather Gamer crew for a while, and he just popped up in Twitch, and so I'm just checking in with him. And there's Bronzong. So we were waiting for Bronzong. Bronzong on the Sand team. Bronzong gives you Stealth Rocker and also an EQ block as well. Because it can levitate. It also gives you a Fire type resistance with Heat Proof. Spare going with Tangela. Tangela again is another abuser of Eviolite as well. I was just checking something there. Yeah, Tangela beats everything, or doesn't beat everything. I was reading the message there. Tangela is just another good abuser of Eviolite. It can set seeds. It has, I think it has regen. I don't remember if Tangela has regen or not. Yeah, it does have regen. It's defensive as well, just like its evolution. It's basically Tangrowth Light is what it is. It's like Gliscor and Gligar. Tangela and Tangrowth are just about as good. Heracross for Spare. Heracross like, same thing I said with Mega Heracross. Moxie boosting Heracross is going to be scary, choice banded. This one can have Flame Ward Guts, though, which also makes it another offensive pressure. Sparrow has Heracross, Shuckle, and Scissor. 3 different bug types. I'm going to have to go check. I'm not sure if I have Spare in this league or if Dan secretly sneaked in to be, like, just to spy on small leagues. Like, that's a little fishy on the number of bug types there. And I think, Nikki will enjoy this team because he can attack with the birds. Yeah, Matt, I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that, Matt. I haven't been streaming nearly as much either. I need to get back into it. I graduated school, so I don't have to worry about that. I can put more time into streaming, but hopefully things continue to get better for you, dude. Okay, Weaviles, Mantine, Bulky Water. Another Bulky Water definitely is good to have a backup. It can defog as well, so this helps Rotom out. Rotom doesn't have to have all the pressure of being the only Bulky Water. Definitely still need the Grass type though, Damien. Like, you really, really need a Grass type on this team. Really badly. To help take care of some of this stuff. A Grass type would finish this team off beautifully. Metagross, discount Jirachi. Not really. Metagross I've used before. It's a very nice Mon. Very offensive. Good with a choice band. Good with an expert belt. Little on the slow side. Not that big of a deal. 70's not bad. 135 attack, 130 defense, 95 special attack, and 90 SPDF are all great. You could throw an assault vest on this thing and be fine. You could set up with this thing with agility. You could agility to set up sweep. Meteor Mash with that potential to get your attack boost. You have priority in Bullet Punch. You can, let's see, Gyro Ball if you want to run on the slow side, and Trick Room type of thing. Iron Defense, Iron Head. Power Up Punch set. Rock Polish to get your speed up. Rock Tomb to slow them down. It can set Stealth Rocks. I'm looking for Swords Dance. It doesn't get Swords Dance. That's what I thought. It does have all the elemental punches though, and pretty good. Pretty good with all that. Yeah, it's pretty good, Matt. Things are strange because I just graduated college, so I am still like feeling out adult life. But for the most part, it's pretty good. Cincino. Choice band, Skill Link. That's about what I know of you. Technician as well. So it's basically Ambipom again. It's faster Ambipom, is what it is. Yeah, it's faster Ambipom, and it does have U-turn knockoff for technician boosts. Yeah, it's faster Ambipom. That's what it is. So that's for the ag runs. Sorry, I just really like zoned out for a second. So again, the Blazikins, their tail end of the draft doesn't make sense. Rapidash, why Rapidash? I don't know why you grab Rapidash. Rapidash does what? I see. I don't even know. Like, Rapidash is one of those that has Flash Fire for Mawile. Is that why? Just because Flash Fire for Mawile? I mean, 105 speed, 100 attack is okay. Like, Smogon doesn't even, or Smogon, whatever it is. I'm going to say Smogon because that's how I've always pronounced it. It doesn't even have a set for it in X and Y. I don't really know why. I mean, it's got Flare Blitz, Wild Charge, Morning Sun, Will-O-Wisp. It's Arcanine. That's an Arcanine set right there. And Arcanine has priority. Yeah. I don't understand this. It's Smogon. Okay, thanks, Matt. Smogon. It's like Kabutops. It's like you reached into the bottom of the tier bin and just decided to grab whatever came out. Gardevoirs. Cresselia. This is Cancer on a stick. Cresselia and Latios kind of do the same thing in my mind. Both are Levitate, both are Psychic type. Both set up with Calm Minds. Both recover. One with Moonlight, one with Roost. Just feels like you duplicated something here, and I don't know if that's good or bad. We'll see what it does. So. Gliscor is getting Sneasel. Again, another abuser of Eviolite. Weavile, but smaller. Diancie, similar to Mega Diancie, except this one won't Mega Evolve. It's extremely defensively bulky for the Matangs. But does basically the same thing that Mega Diancie does. It's just slower and more defensive. Aggron for the West Texas Leafeons. There's your Stealth Rocker. Another Stealth Rocker. Very, very bulky. Has the sturdy ability, so you're guaranteed to get the Stealth Rocks. 180 defense is nothing to laugh at. I'm glad it's not Mega Aggron, but still standard Aggron with Rockhead also to just like hit things extremely hard. Good coverage. Just now you have that quad weakness to fighting, and you don't have the filter ability. But Aggron itself is a pretty good stealth rocker in my mind. It's gonna be, at least I can take it down with Fighting Titan. Is all I can say for that. Hello, Jorik. Welcome to the stream. You've missed quite a bit. This will be up on YouTube if you want to catch like the last, I don't even know how long I've been recording. I gotta go look. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Holy crap, this one's gone long. If you want to go check that out, it'll be up on my YouTube later. Delmise, that's it. The anchor thing for the Togekiss and Matthias. Steelworker. God, why can I not remember what Steelworker does? It is a very good wall breaker because it's got 131 attack, decent defenses. Steelworker gives it a boost to what Steel types to be 1.2 multiplier, if I remember correctly. 1.5, so it's like throwing a choice band on Steel types moves. Power Whip, Heavy Slam, and Anchor Shot, Earthquake, Knockoff. It can be a very good choice band abuser, especially with that Steelworker ability. It's on the slow side. Similar to Bastiodon. It's on the slow side. Matt, thanks for getting that in there. I forgot you had mod powers. It has really been a long time. Yeah, thanks, Fair. Steel type makes Steeler Stab. Got it. Okay. Perfect. That's what it is. Murkrow's Electrode. I've used Electrode. It is a very nice, fast electric type. It can set screens, and then it can go boom. It's also a very good choice specs abuser, and it can volt switch around. Volt switching into Tapu Bulu, volt switching into Heatran, volt switching into Terrakion, volt switching into everything. We have the Dragoons taking Raikou. Raikou on the Rain team just makes sense. It gives them a very good base 115 speed mon. It gives them a very good electric type. Just Specs or Scarf Raikou can also do a lot of good things. Raikou just fits very beautifully on this Rain team. And I really love this Rain team. It's a very nice Rain team. Lantern, okay, now you got something slow. I assume you're going to try and speed past Ninjask to make this the fastest Lantern ever. Lantern's a nice mon. I like it. If it had Levitate, it'd be a great mon. But at the same time, it's two abilities that it already has in Volt Absorb and Water Absorb. Just make this thing very good because you got to play the game. Am I Volt Absorb or am I Water Absorb? As to whether or not you attack it, because it could switch in for Blacephalon and take the water hit. It could switch in for Manaphy and take the electric hit. It's going to be a very 50-50 game with Lantern. And Lantern is incredibly fat, too. It's a very nice, fat, low-tier water type. Hey, it's not a bird. We got Zangoose. Toxic boosting Zangoose is about the only thing I remember from playing. It's base 90, so it's decent. It's a decent speed for speed here. 115 attack is amazing. Like Facade plus Toxic Boost just makes this thing incredibly dangerous. It does have Quick Attack, which gets boosted. You can run a Belly Drum with immunity, so you can't get toxic. And then set up and sweep with Zangoose on Belly Drum. At least it's not a bird, and it can do some work. I took Kangaskhan. Wish Pass. I wanted to back up Wish Passer. Kangaskhan gives me another Wish Passer, gives me Fake Out. It's a backup Umbreon basically, and I needed a tier 5 at this point. So I kind of went with the backup Wish Pass and Kang. Houndoom for the Weedles. I don't see where Houndoom really fits on this team except for the need of a Fire type. Especially with their wheel pick. I really don't see why they went with Houndoom, but I'm sure Clem has a very good plan for this thing. Clem is leading and winning the PCF right now, so I'm not going to doubt his ability. I just am looking at his team and I don't see why he has Bronzor and Houndoom. Those two just don't make sense to me, but I'm sure they're part of his plan. And to finish his draft off, he took Mega Camera. I laugh. Mega Camerupt is just... I always laugh and think it's a terrible Mega, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to watch this thing sweep somebody. Sheer Force Camerupt is super, super dangerous. 120 attack, 145 special attack. It's defensively decent. It's just slow as all hell at 20 base speed. Like, it checks Coco, it checks Main, it'll check Magearna and Mega Mawile pretty decently. Problem is, like, Toxapex is going to be an issue for that. But, like, it can be a wall breaker. And it can set Stealth Rocks. It can... I don't know. I'm sure it's going to put in work, and I'm sure it's going to it might embarrass me. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. My last pick was to grab Gallade. I wanted to have a fighting type on the team. I was lacking a fighting type to help me break through rock types that Charizard doesn't appreciate. So I went with Gallade. Decent speed. Can hit like a truck. Swords Dance, and then Priority and Shadow Sneak. It's not as good as Mega Gallade, but I can Band it, I can Life Orb it. It can do work. But mainly I was looking for a fighting type down in Tier 4. And I didn't want to grab Hitmonlee because I was also looking for a Psychic type, and this was really it. Because I dropped Hawlucha, and this kind of replaced Hawlucha for me with the fighting type. Hydreigons. God damn it, Nikki! Why? Scyther, why of all things do you need another flying type? You have Noivern, you have Thundurus, you have Minior, you have Staraptor, you have Honchkrow, now you have Scyther. Minior, Noivern, Thundurus, Staraptor, Honchkrow, Scyther. Half of your team is flying type. Why? Why? That is all. And back to the legendaries we go. Because Torn didn't have enough legendaries in Diancie, Latios, Manaphy, Shaman, Cobalion, Blacephalon, Zapdos. He needed one more, and he chose Regigigas to meme his way through the league. This is like his EV pick to end the season end the draft last season. Swadloon, discount Leavanny, sets up its webs, which really helps this rain team outside of rain. Walrein, fat water ice type. Fat water ice type. Thick fat, I mean, ice body. It's 110 HP, decently speed. It's a special wall type of thing. Can roar things out. Encore, trap them. Super Fang. I don't know. We'll see what Walrein does. Illumis for the Togekiss. Grabbing Illumis here, it's Prankster. It can set up. It's basically a Prankster abuser again, and it can Tail Glow and then set up and sweep. But it's mainly like Prankster Tail Glow is what it can get. It's mainly a Prankster abuser though. Cofagrigus, I hate this stupid thing. I really am not looking forward to playing it again when I play Mama. Because not only, she has Zygarde and Cofagrigus now. Cofagrigus is the other Mon that really put a bunch of damage into me. It was Necrozma, Cough, and... Necrozma, Cough, and what was the... Celesteela. Those are the three Mons that just ran through me. I was 0-3, minus 17 versus those three last season. No, Cough is not setting up on me and sweeping again. No Trick Room. And she does have a Trick Room now with Type Null, Aggron, Cofagrigus. Like, that's the basis of a Trick Room set right there that I'm going to have to watch and be careful of. Good draft, Mama. Much better than last season's. I think you're improving very, 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 very well. Your drafting has gotten a lot better. Literal pile of trash for the Matangs. I have nothing to complain about Garbodor because I'm using Garbodor in APA. Garbodor is good at setting T-spikes, regular spikes, and then just being an overall nuisance as a toxic type Mon. Or poison type Mon. There's the Mega Gallade. Mega Gallade for Gliscors. He now has Gardevoir and Mega Gallade. Wait a minute. Where's the Worlds for WWC? I'm not sure, but Shadow, I think you might have broken one of the clauses. Hang on. Shadow, I think you broke a clause. I gotta check this here. I don't know if you broke a clause or not, Shadow. I'm gonna have to think about that. Because evolution line clause. That's what I'm wondering, because I said you couldn't draft things that were of the same branch. And like Gardevoir and Gallade are the same evolutionary line. But I did say you could bring evolutions, and I think what I'm talking about, well, hang on. What are the Mons that you split their lines? Gardevoir and Gallade. The evolutions split their line. Who else splits their line? I know they're two different, completely different Mons. That's where I'm trying to figure this out. Who else splits their evolution line? Branched evolutions. Who? Oh, Glalie, Glade, Vileplume, Blossom, Poliwrath, Politoed, Slowbro, Slowking, the Exeggutors, the Marowaks, the Raichus, the Hitmons, Cascoon, Dusknoon, Ninjask, Shedinja, Huntail, Gorobus, Lycanroc forms, and okay, I know why I put this clause in. It was so you couldn't end up with both Slowking and Slowbro, because that would just be a nightmare. Why anyone would do that, I don't know, but that's why that clause is in there. You are correct that they are two completely different mons. Like, you are absolutely correct. Kirlia would not be allowed with Glade, Guard/Glade. You are right, Spare. Okay, this is fine. You did not break the clause. I got confused by my own rules. That tells you how good of a league operator I am. Chansey Blissey would be such a nice... Yeah, that's the evolution clause. That's the evolution line where you can't have, like, base and, where is it? Where's my clause? Evolution clause. Pokemon that evolve from or into each other in the same vertical evolutionary line are banned. So same vertical line. Vertical, not horizontal. Glalie and... Gardevoir and Glade are horizontal vertical lines. They don't evolve into each other. It's the vertical that you can't have. That's why you can't get Blissey and that. Okay, we got it. I just had to remember vertical versus horizontal. This is fine. Moving on. Mega Glade. Good to go. Galurk. Very nice mon. Iron Fist. Ghost ground type. Gets those boosts. A little bit on the slow side, but again, you have the basis of a Trick Room team with Cresselia on one side. So it can do what needs to be done. Manectric. Again, I swear, Crimson literally just opened the bag of tier 4s and 5s, stuck his hand in, pulled out, and whatever came out was his last 3 picks. I don't see why you need why you need Manectric on this team. There were better tier 4s and tier 5s. It's whatever. Alolan Marowak. Okay, so the Agrons realize their issue. They die to Bolt Beam, basically. Like, Bolt Beam just runs through their team. Marowak takes care of Bolt Beam very, very easily with Lightning Rod and Fire typing. Nice mon. Gives you another Fire type. Definitely helps with Trick Room on this team. I gotta be careful I don't bring Trick Room to the Trick Out. Or don't bring Trick Room to the Trick House. Whatever the saying is. I know it's a saying from a PokeTuber. I just can't remember. They brought Trick Room to the Trick House. Something like that. I don't know. Tyrantrum, very good setup sweeper. Very good choice banded head smashing. Gives them a very nice dragon type, which they were missing. And a nice stealth rock setter. But they have better stealth rock setters, so they don't necessarily need Tyrantrum to do this. It basically just gets a choice band and head smashes through things. Magmar, I don't know why you took Magmar, Damien. I really don't. You need a grass type, dude. And you still have 40 points on the board by taking Magmar. You have 40 points left on the board. Go find yourself a grass type. That's what this team needs, is a grass type. You don't really need Magmar. You're fine without it. Go find a grass type. And to finish the draft off, we have Volbeat for Spare. Volbeat, Heracross, Shuckle, Scissor. Is that it? 4? Is it 4? Yeah, 4. 4 bug types. I swear Spare is A-Drive in disguise. I swear Spare is A-Drive in disguise. 4 bug types. Volbeat is another prankster abuser, just like Villainous is. So, so that's gonna be it for the draft. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna move OBS over here. So, never mind. I'm not gonna move OBS over there. That got really interesting. Actually, now I can. Okay, there we go. I've got OBS off over there, so now I can move it over there. Pull up another browser tab. Okay, I can put the browser over here. I don't have notifications on for people who followed me and all that, so I'm going to check that out real quick and shout those people out here at the end of the stream. Dragoon, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Midnight Custard, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Mama Niche, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Gdog/Ga, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Lord Ixie, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And Jerk Weasel 214, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I'm gonna check real quick, but we are getting really, really close to that 50 that I was trying to get to. I just want to see if we hit where we're at. 41 followers. 41 followers. We are 9 away from that goal of 50 that I set at the beginning of the year to get me towards that affiliate, because that's where I'm trying to get next, to get to the affiliate. So thank you guys all for the follows today. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Really, really do. Check out, let's see, what do we got coming up? You'll start seeing exclamation mark coaches or coach. I'll put that in there again. There's the link. I spelled coach wrong. Oh no, there it is. Nightbot's just link. There's a link to all of the coaches again. If you want to go check them out, well, not also coaches. There's also a couple analysts, or at least one analyst channel in there. They're going to be uploading potentially for this league. If you want to go see their uploads, there's all their links to do that. If you're on YouTube watching this, is it one link? Why did it link 5 times? Okay, so if you click on that, it takes you to Clem. Then between the R in subscriber and the H in HTTPS, delete that. Hit enter, and that's going to take you to a Google search. Whoops. Well, if you're on YouTube, I'll be sure, if you're watching this on YouTube, check out all their channel links in the description down below. Those will all be linked. You can get there. If you're on Twitch, let me find the right command here. If you're on Twitch, I just sent the Discord through. Join the Discord. I'll get you connected to WWC. I'll get you connected to WWC through the Discord, or through with the coaches. My bad. That sort of thing. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, links in there for all the YouTube channels will be down below. Next video you'll see come up should be draft analysis for me on YouTube. Power rankings will be coming out on Tuesdays. Power rankings, pick'ems, and talking about transactions. There won't be any transactions for week 1 to talk about, but power rankings and pick'ems will be talked about then. And then you'll see my battles as they come. Definitely go check out the other coaches. Check out the links in the description down below. My Twitch, if you're on YouTube, is down below. If you want to be able to follow, if you want to hit that follow and help me get to 50, that'd be great. Otherwise, Discord down there. That's where you're best to connect with me outside of the streams, and YouTube. Hit that Discord link. It'll take you to the Weather Gamer Discord. From there, I can connect you to WWC if you want. That sort of thing to hang out with the coaches. Thank you guys for watching and hanging out. 4 hours and 30 minutes. 4 hours, 5 minutes, 30 seconds is a long time. I need to get better at drafting these things. I think if I can get better at this, it won't be this long, and I won't be rushing at the end again, like always. So, with that, I'm going to sign out. I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to switch over like I'm doing YouTube and close this out. See you guys next time.